to automate it. So that's it about us, and we sincerely thank you for turning up in such a large number. Let's start Avinya.
Thank you very much, Priya. So that's it. That was our welcome from the organizing team of AVINYA, and I am Humaira Nishad, co-founder of What Is My Goal. So we are the Future Readiness Partner, and we are working towards making children truly future ready. You can also talk to us outside near the source. So let's get this event started. For that, we have our first keynote, and let me just introduce you to our special guest, Mr. Shankar Muralidharan, and just a few words about him. So Mr. Shankar is an acclaimed leadership coach and educationist. He is also the Management Council member of Rishihood University, and he has over 22 years of rich experience in the education sector. And I'd really love Shankar Muralidharan sir, if you can grace this occasion with a keynote.
Pleasure. Am I audible, everybody? Yeah, the only reason I'm talking in front of all these dignitaries, I'm perhaps the last person to talk, but the only reason I'm giving the keynotes is because we have sponsored the event, okay? There's no other reason, but nevertheless, otherwise, it's an honor, big pleasure indeed, extremely humbled, to be talking in front of, people who are perhaps 3, 4, 5, 6 times in terms of achievements of what lesser mortals like us have done. But thanks all dignitaries for patiently listening. I hope I'll not talk much. Anyways, they'll kick me off in 15 minutes, yeah? Fair enough. There are politer ways of kicking me off. Please keep that in mind. Nevertheless, so gentlemen, we will be talking here for a topic which says, where's the topic? Okay, fine, let me define it. The future of formal education is what I was told we need to speak on. I understand the audience has a lot of venture capitalists, some whom I met some time back, some whom I would love to keep meeting every now and then. We have parents, we have students, and we have principals who are all... Yeah. So, by and large, we have an audience, a lot of different strata of society, and I'm sure a lot of you would want to know where is future formal education heading, what is happening and so on. I myself have been in education for the last 22 years. People call me a good marketer, but I can't sell soaps. I can't sell Apple because Apple, not the fruit, unfortunately. The fruit was there for many, many centuries, but people these days, there's only one Apple that all of us know, the iPhone. But I can't sell any of those things. The only thing which I think I understand is education, 22 years in formal education, mix of coaching and so on. So where are we? What are the gaps? First of all, do we have gaps? Answer is definitely a huge yes. A lot of other industries in India have sort of globalized. A lot of us as students, parents, we want our kids to join Google, WhatsApp, Facebook, Amazon. Many of these companies didn't exist 15, 20 years back. I think I'll take this, Yeah. A lot of us as parents would want our kids to join companies, Google's, Microsoft's. Microsoft is obviously slightly older, but if you look at the Amazons and Googles and WhatsApps and Facebooks, many of them didn't exist a decade or two back, but we would still want our kids to join those companies. But then ask a parent, do you want your kid to join a university which is 4 years old? He'll say, no, I want him to go to an IIT because IIT is older. So, this is the irony, we want to join, high schooling. I was talking to some of these panelists some time back. High schooling, we want our kids to be joining, private schools. Chirek, Oak Ridge, Hyderabad is so famous for so many big private schools. We do not want our kids to go to private schools, but we want our kids to go to private, government colleges. So, look at the irony. We want our kids to go to private schools. We don't want them to go to government schools. How many students here want to go to government schools? Nobody. And how many students here want to go to government colleges? Everybody. So look at the irony. Schooling, we all want private sector. College education, nobody wants private sector. I used to work with a brand called as Flame University for the last 6 years. And mind you, one of the country's best brands as the founders. And when I went to the market to say Flame, they said, Flame, who are you? Where are you? What are you? I said, 15 years old. They said, nothing doing. We don't care. For us, IITs are more important because they're 40 years old. A lot of other universities just because they are central state. So I think, by and large, the last 22 years of my experience in coaching and formal education, Hyderabad is very, very, very near and dear to me. So, after marriage, there's the first city where I came and settled, and it's been 10 years till date. Luckily, touch wood, all going fine. 10 years of marriage is big. I'm sure a lot of you who are married know that. So this is the first city where I came with my wife and sort of settled. There was a university I used to work those days. I think it is still there, but nevertheless, I mean, there are more universities collapsing than forming. But the bigger question is, what is it in terms of demography? My friend and colleague Satya Kiran would talk about 75% of India is less than 40 years of age, and 50% of India is less than 30 years of age. 25% of the world's under 25 lives in India. The average age today in the US, Germany, Japan, Canada, France, a lot of these countries, the average age today is what, 30 plus, 40 plus? In the next 10 years, it will become 40 plus, 50 plus. So obviously, law of averages, 30 becomes 40. India is perhaps the only country in the world where the average age today is less than 30. And look at the great country that we are. We have even violated laws of mathematics. It will remain what it is. It's around 29. It will remain 29 in the next 10 years. It will not become 29 plus 10. So we're a youthful country. And by the way, this youth is not, most of you are millennials born after 2000. When I was your age, we had to wait for 8 years to buy a Bajaj two-wheeler. When I was your age, we had to wait for 6 years to buy a landline phone. Mobiles did not exist. I'm talking of the students here. So when I was your age, there was no McD's, there was no Pizza Hut, there was no burger, nothing of the sort. We were only told about two things: 50 years of independence, bureaucracy, and partition. That's the only, memories that we had. You had to wait for years and years to get a home loan and car loan. And I'm told these days, a leading bank in America wants to come up with a concept called as girlfriend loan. 2 days to get a girlfriend loan. That's where the world is going. So home loans, car loans, you get in 2 days for sure. There's a new concept called girlfriend loan coming in. Wow. And America sneezes, world catches cold, India gets pneumonia. Welcome to globalization. That's where we're heading. So I think, so this generation is very lucky. People born post 2000, very lucky. You guys don't know what partition was. You guys don't know what bureaucracy is. You guys don't know what is waiting for a Bajaj two-wheeler, kickstart scooter for 7-8 years means, and so on. But there are also, so I think youthful, fresh, exuberance. Satya calls it demographic dividend, but if that demographic dividend does not channelized well, we are waiting for a demographic disaster to happen. You do a small survey and you understand that 85 to 90% of all terrorists in the world, including Hindu terrorists, Muslim terrorists, 20 plus religions, all of them have good and bad people. 85 to 90% of all terrorists in the world have one thing in common: they're between 15 and 25 years of age. So youth is good, but youth also needs direction, discipline, harnessing, and so on. So where are we today? I've had the privilege of meeting some real big guys. So I was in a conference 6 to 7 years back. I used to work with Times of India those days at a consulting position in Bombay. I'm basically from Bombay as well. So I was there, and this was a forum where we had some real big guys, people who are very close to Mr. Mukesh Ambani and CEOs of companies, people who would sign a check of 50 crores or 60 crores or lakhs of rupees would go from here to there on one single transaction. Amazing lifestyle: breakfast with Narendra Modi sir, lunch with Amitabh Bachchan, next day dinner with Barack Hussain Obama, then Donald Trump, now Kamala Harris. Fantastic lifestyles. Many of them owned a private jet. You call them CEOs of companies, typical IIT, IIM, Stanford, Harvard, some flame, my previous organization and now my current organization, Rishi University. I'm sure we'll also give some CEOs and so on. But the point is, these guys were all big, annual salaries, 7 crores, 8 crores, and so on. When I met a lot of them over tea and coffee, I think most of them are 40, 45, 50 plus years of age. And there's one confession which a lot of them made. They said, Shankar, we might be, that's my name by the way, Shankar, in case somebody's not seen this. When you pay money to get sponsored, you get all these things. A lot of them said, Shankar, yes, I'm an IIT, I'm grad, I went to Stanford, I went to this. But you know what? I don't like to go to office on a Monday morning. I'm 50 years of age. My son is undergoing depression. My daughter is on the verge of committing suicide. A lot of issues at home. And I don't like to go to office on a Monday morning. Not just because of family issues, but... And I asked them, sir, why? You're the future of... you're the biggest guy, perhaps, in the sector. Why don't you want to go to office on a Monday morning? And they said... When I was in school, when I was like some of the kids here, nobody actually came and asked me, what do you want to do in life? Counseling is a huge gap today. We are still living, John Keynes, and most of us know Lord Keynes, Lord Maynard Keynes once mentioned, every living practitioner is a victim of a death theory. We're all victims of death theories. One such death theory I've been trying to break for the last 10 years, partially successful. The theory says India has only 2 religions, engineering and medicine. Completely wrong. 85 to 90% of engineers are jobless today in the market. There are companies like LG, Lucky Gold Star, Not Life is Good, LG, Samsung, GE, Pepsi, Sony, Coke, Microsoft, IBM, Oracle, Acer, Intel. I'm talking fast because they'll ask me to FO anytime. So please bear with me. Huge organizations today are common for a lot of factors. One factor which they are common is They launched their products and services on the same day in US, UK, Germany, Japan, Canada, France, India, Singapore, Australia, sometimes even New Zealand and Somalia. Geography has become history. The world has become flat, borderless, globalized, Walmartized, Pizza Hutized, and if I may say so, sorry to the parents here, girlfriendized and boyfriendized. Sorry, if I don't teach them, Netflix will teach them, so let me. We are living in an extremely globalized world. Bombay, Singapore tickets can be more economical than Bombay, Delhi tickets if you book them in advance. And one more thing common about these companies is many of them actually hire more law graduates and more psychology graduates than engineers and MBAs. So 2022 is a different period compared to 2012 or 2002. Today, anything you want. You can have Harsha Boglia as a role model, an engineer from Osmania University, MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, one of the highest paid cricket commentators. You have music management today. My own family, we've had this cousin of mine. Everybody said, obviously, we are all South Indian Brahmins, so engineering, Microsoft. I'm an exception, by the way. I'm the only one in the entire family who's in India, not in the USA, but whatever reasons. So when my last cousin was in class 12th a few years back, everyone said, BTech. I was the only one who said nothing doing BTech. Because her passion was not engineering, her passion was music, theatre. I'm happy to say she's actually working with a very famous music management company. She obviously came to one of the leading liberal education colleges in India. So the point is, today is a different age. Anything that you want can have a career, from stand-up comedy to psychology to anthropology. The corporate world, perhaps, which is the most important institution in modern society, is able to accommodate all sorts of people. When I was in school, like you guys, we had a career counseling session, and one of my friends put up his hands and said, law karna hai. And the career counselor looked at him as if kidney mang liya ho. He said, sorry boss, zindagi mein kuch nahi hota hai, law kar lena. And today, I work for a university called as Rishi Hood University for the last 1 year. I was with Flame for the last 5 years, and so on and so forth. I'm at the management council of Rishi Hood. We are one of the country's liberal education programs. Me and my team launched liberal education at Rishi Hood and so on and so forth. I come from a place called as Sonipat, and I stay at a place called as Jindal. It's Jindal University where I stay, Rishi Hood where I work and teach. And Jindal has a law program today. You'll be surprised and shocked. 45 to 50 lakh rupees for a 5-year law program. Not Stanford University, Sonipat, India. You need to pay 45 to 50 lakh rupees for a 5-year law program. And you know what? There are thousands of people applying for a few hundred seats. Because today, you don't do a law program and wear a kala coat and sit outside Supreme Court filing affidavits. You work with corporate sector. You work with PepsiCo. The point I'm trying to make you understand is today is the day when you actually dream something, you can have a career. That's the future of formal education. Yes, I understand there are many dark corners. The moment some of you finish your class 12th exams, big nightmares will start. Every day colleges will call you, including mine, and say, we're a very good college, please come. Kindly understand, no good college will say I'm a good college. Okay, so we'll not call you for that. We'll call you for something else called profile building. My own pet baby, which I've launched, career counseling product. No good college will say I'm a good college. But the problem is no bad college says I'm a bad college. So one has to be very careful. There are 4 or 5 parameters that you decide on a good university. We'll speak about those. But before that, when you say formal education, so takeaway number 1, India is we are one of the most confused countries in the world. Let's accept that, guys. Indian students, Indian parents, the entire ecosystem, we are highly confused. Education in India, 3 things are valid. Most of us believe, as students, parents, principals, venture capitalists, stakeholders, most of us may believe in 3 common myths. I'm talking only with respect to education. It is true for a lot of other industries, but I'm not talking of sofa, chadar, parde, kapde, washing machine. That's not my forte. Education, 3 major myths. Myth number 1, one day has come, or one day will come when made in India is Rolls Royce. Today is the day. No, it is not. Sorry. It is not. It is not. It is not. It is not. There are far more geographies to cover. You need to travel far more. Today is not the day when made in India is Rolls Royce, at least in education. Number 2, Indian customers in education have very low expectations. Even today, students want to go to college to get a degree. My God. 35 to 40% of Fortune 500 CEOs are dropouts, including Indian CEOs, a lot of them. So don't go to college or university to get a degree. If a degree is all that you want, Narsimhanji will get an online degree. They have had a 2,000 member call center team for promoting online degree. Ghar baith ke padhai karo, degree mil jayega. Job assistance bhi denge. Job nahi denge, job assistance denge. So we need to improve our customer expectations. We can't be doing college for a degree. And 3, and very important, India is actually a very small market for a lot of products and services, including education. Which means I want students here to be coming to me and saying, yes, Rishi Hood, yes, Ashoka, yes, Flame, yes, Laksha, yes, Kriya, yes, IITs. But you know what? 4 years of graduation, send me 2 years to Stanford, send me 2 years to Yale, send me 2 years to Harvard, Kellogg, Wharton, London Business School. Twinning programs. It's a huge market. Nobody talks about them. If you study for 3 to 4 years of graduation in India, something wrong with you. I understand after class 12, your parents will not leave you outside India. Forget outside India. Hyderabad se bahar nahi bhejenge, main janta hu. But the point is, Somehow convince them to come to a place called Sonipat or a place called Pune or a place called Hyderabad. Given all its beauty, we are still yet to have good humanities or good interdisciplinary education colleges. I don't see too many colleges in in Hyderabad, where you can do a computer science major and a psychology minor, or a computer science and psychology double major, or an applied artificial intelligence, or an applied big data, or an applied mathematics program, along with a sociology or literature or theatre or dance drama. Please get this. Sorry for using it in a very jovial way. Your first girlfriend cannot be your wife. Your first boyfriend cannot be your husband. If that happens, something wrong with you. We need to look at the art of interdisciplinary. And we are India. Look around us. Diversity, caste, creed, color, culture, cuisine, costume, contour, context. Yet we have a common consensus. So how can we as Indians want to do 4 years of only mechanical or 3 years of only psychology? The world doesn't want that. Today I talk to Google, I talk to Facebook. They don't want students who are engineers. They want students who understand engineering, also understand fashion design. They want people who are interdisciplinary. The NEP also talks about that. But again, how much of it will go down, we don't know. So look into programs which are interdisciplinary. There's a new university which has come in Chandigarh, Plaksha, again by the co-founders of Ashoka. It is India's first engineering liberal education university. Wow, what a concept. You can do a mechatronic program with psychology or with sociology or any of the other humanities subjects. That's what the world is moving to. That's what the world needs. Let's come out of these myths. Counseling is the key. The problem with a lot of us is, my father went to IIT, so I have to go to IIT. Not anymore. A lot of IITs are not doing well because of new IITs. And a lot of non-IITs are doing fantastic because of the ecosystem support. So, look at a few factors when you choose the right university. First and foremost, ecosystems matter. Today we are in T-Hub, Hyderabad, not in perhaps Gorakhpur, not in perhaps Cochin, because of the ecosystem here. So even average colleges in good ecosystems can do much better than the best of colleges in horrible ecosystems. Banaras Hindu University and IIT Kharagpur are fantastic examples. Once upon a time they were huge brands. They still are, but not that huge because of ecosystems which don't support entrepreneurship, which don't support corporate interface, which don't support entrepreneurial thinking and so on. So look at the right ecosystems. Diversity is key. Do not join a college where everybody is from Hyderabad or everybody is from Bombay. Don't do that. Graduation is like marriage. Do it late. Don't do it wrong. Graduation is like marriage, guys. It's okay. It is no criminal offense to take a drop for a year or two. It's fine. It's okay. I'll talk to your parents. I'm not saying because I'm the first university to offer a gap year program. By the way, we're the first university to offer a gap year program. But that's not the point. Point is, it's okay to take a break for 1 or 2 years here and there. Doesn't matter. Do some internships. I'll help you get one. One of the AVINYA volunteers already has a job offer from me over a samosa, treat. You can do online programs, internships. You can do multiple things. So take a break if need be. But look into the right universities. You don't look at diversity, guys. You can't be joining a college where everybody is from Hyderabad. I'll give an example. A year back when I joined Rishi Hood, we were not liberal education. Today we are liberal education. And we are going to a situation where a student will not spend more than 35 to 40% of time inside the classroom. It's a myth that formal education is for padhai, likhai, learning, naukri. Nahi hai, boss nahi hai. If you want a 10 lakh job, you don't have to go to college. Come to me. My LinkedIn, 9,000 people. All these big guys sitting here, you'll find most of them on my LinkedIn. Some I know very well, some I will know very well very soon. Some I want to talk, some I don't want to talk. 9,000 big guys on my LinkedIn. For the next 6 to 7 weeks, connect with me. Good morning, good evening, how are you? Tell me when you cut your nerves the last. Tell me how many suicide attempts you have done. Tell me everything about yourself, the plus, the minus, the good, the bad, the strength, the weakness. Once I know you for the next 6 to 8 weeks, I can get you a 6 to 8 lakh job without anything as a high school dropout. So for God's sake, do not do graduation because 10 lakh ka naukri chahiye, wo aise mil jayega aapko. Do graduation for the right reasons. One of them is the right ecosystem. You cannot, if you look at all the IITs, Flame, my previous organization, Rishi Hood, my current organization, all big universities in India, abroad, you don't spend more than 35 to 40% of the time inside the campus because that's outside campus activities, outside classroom activities. Amartya Sen once said, and I'll quote, once he was the first Indian to win Nobel Prize in Economics and he was asked, Dr. Amartya Sen, tell us something about yourself. Khud ke baare mein kuch bataiye. And you know what he said? He said, my name is Amartya Sen. I'm an Asian, an Indian citizen, a Bengali with Bangladeshi ancestry, an American and British resident, an economist, a dabbler in philosophy, an author, a Sanskritist, a man, a feminist, a heterosexual, but I firmly believe in gay and lesbian rights, also believe in democracy and secular values, from a Hindu, non-Brahmin, non-religion background, and I firmly believe in before life and after life. Wait, abhi baki hai. And then he says, my colleague who actually helped me win the Nobel Prize, She's an American citizen with half Caribbean, half West Indian, half African ancestry. She's a woman, a liberal, a Christian, a long-distance runner, a vegetarian, a jazz musician, theatre lover, environmentalist, tennis fan, a heterosexual, but she also believes in gay and lesbian rights, also believes in democracy and secular values, and she's somebody who firmly believes that aliens exist outside the Milky Way galaxy, and it's very, very, very important to talk to these aliens, preferably in English. Yeah, I know it's time to FO. Give me 10 seconds. If we are not giving our students this diversity, sorry to say, there is no real reason to start and run formal education institutions. There are many dark corners in India. There are a lot of universities and institutions which have shut down. Others will very soon shut down. There are business models which people like us are creating in terms of, Charan and I keep talking oyofication of education. But that's the reality. We have to be doing something which is much more than just imparting degrees, because those who are doing are not surviving. And a bigger problem in India is vast majority of our universities are either run by politicians or they are run by businessmen. Jinka main business is not this. Therefore, there's a huge problem with vision, huge problem with value system, and that's the opportunity. I mean, I am an entrepreneur. For me, entrepreneurship is all about opportunity creation. For me, it's not about those dark corners. Many of them have died, others will. For me, it's about the great challenge. I think there is a huge challenge. Ola and Uber did this to transportation 10 years back. Like-minded people need to come together and do this for education. I think that is the best thing that we can do, because this is one sector as a business model. It is not just hundreds and thousands of crores of rupees, but what I will do is to help you become the best that you can become. That's what formal education does. Help us help you better. My business cards would have come to all of you. If not, volunteers, please do a good job, okay? I'm sorry I've paid all the money to Avinya. Thoda bachana chahiye tha shayad. Cards betne ke baad milta, but nevertheless pura de chuka, but don't worry. Yashita ma'am, my business cards will come to you. Shankar is my name. My WhatsApp number is there. By evening today, I want all of the audience here, parents and students, to send me a WhatsApp. Hi, hello. For the students, 3 to 4 lines about yourself, hobbies, interests, career options, etc., because then we can connect. I have a program called as Profile Building. It only costs $100. It is for students who are from 12 years of age to 25 years of age and so on. We provide 15 to 20 Zoom sessions. I get people from United Nations. Many of these delegates sitting here would be talking to you on various platforms. I get people from Facebook, Amazon. Each of them would talk about respective careers in psychology, careers in United Nations. Somebody from the Indian Army, a very senior Lieutenant General, will come and talk to you on how to join the Indian Army. So it's a career counseling program. 20 Zoom sessions is what we do. If I do it free, nobody will value it, so $100. But get into that. Understand where we are doing. Connect with me on WhatsApp, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, all possible platforms, and take it on. All the very best to all of you here. You will again find me and a couple of other delegates on a panel discussion. So we will take it on. And I'm available in this place till 6 o'clock in the evening. So any doubts, questions, more than happy to take. I'm sorry I cannot take doubts now because I've already got the FO signal. But nevertheless, guys, happy talking to you. Happy talking to all of you. And once again, all the delegates here, I've sponsored the event. That's why I spoke. No other reason. So please, no offense. Don't take it otherwise. I'll be happy to host you over a couple of panel discussions. Thank you so much, all of you, for listening to us. Looking forward to network. Your network is your net worth. Like a true South Indian Brahmin, your network is your net worth. So please connect and let's take it on from there. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Good day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful keynote. Now we move to our first panel of the day, India 2020, Building a More Resilient Education System, moderated by Professor Satya Kiran. Professor Satya is currently the leadership coach at Reimagining University and has close to 20 years of experience in the field of coaching, learning, and development. Interestingly, he has hosted discussions with Shashi Tharoor, John Scully, former PepsiCo and Apple CEO, and Jeffrey Archam, and he is also a TEDx speaker. Give a big round of applause for Professor Satya Kiran.
I need a mic. Thank you very much. This is the first time I've known Mr. Shankar for the past 12 years. This is the first time that he has spoken for less than 20 minutes. It's a miracle. It's an absolute miracle. But if you don't stop him, it's like a train wreck. So thank you very much for setting the context up. My name is Satya Kiran, and unlike Mr. Shankar, I am a leadership coach. I coach and I talk about the importance of the mind, mindset, and creating an ecosystem in which excellence is a natural state of all of us, right? It is. But before I begin, this is not a general knowledge question. This is not meant to impress you about the person next to me. I want all the students right at the back without any prompt from Google to tell me who this great man is. quick. This is T-Hub, the very epicenter of technological excellence in the state of Telangana, right? So, without Googling, without consulting Guru Google, please tell me who this great gentleman is. He is a jewel of India. Literally, right? You translate that into Hindi, you get Bharata Ratna. Who is he? Come on, students, raise your hands and answer this question. Let's prove that we deserve our billing as the IT center of India, right? After what happened to Bangalore 1 month back, the entire city was inundated in floods. Hyderabad claims to be the IT capital. Sir is from Bangalore, so we can have an argument during the panel discussion. The man, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students, if I were to ask you who the daughter of Shah Rukh Khan is, you would have said Suhana, Aryan, Abraham. When it comes to a greater figure, we have no answer. The answer, my dear students, is C.N.R. Rao, Bharat Ratna. One of the greatest scientists that this country has ever seen. And this is exactly the problem of our education system. We are more interested in the lives of Malaika Arora Khan and Arjun Kapoor than in the lives of great people like him. This photograph is not meant to draw your attention and your impression. This photo is about a conversation I had with Dr. C.N.R. Rao about 4 years back. And this is what he said. When I asked him, sir, what ails the education system in India? What is the disease that is afflicting the education system in India? This is what he said. We are an examination-oriented society, my dear parents. We are not a competency-building society. This is a place where certificates substitute for excellence. And we have to build not just clusters like this, but a country that will dominate the world in the next 5-6 decades. And the problem is this. My late father used to tell me, don't ever become part of a rat race, because even if you win the race, you still remain a rat. We are not human doings, my dear parents. We are human beings. We have dreams, we have passion, we have goals, and ultimately we have vision. But I argued with Dr. C.N.R. Rao, sir. I said, sir, but is it true that we are an examination society? He said, yes. Then I said, sir, we are not. Because if examinations and assessments were the only arbiter of one's excellence, then there's an examination called PISA. I don't know how many of you have heard of this examination called PISA, the program for international student assessment. In 2009, when we took the examination, we ranked 72 out of 74. And the then government, led by Manmohan Singh, said, we will not take the examination again. We are all dysfunctional literates. We are all educated, uneducated community, right? So please understand the fact, there is a world beyond your classroom. There is an education system that is waiting to be reformed. And why is it important? As Mr. Shankar said, demographic dividend. India's median age is 28.4. Japan's is 43. Japan is so old that the Japanese nation is called an adult diaper nation. I'm not joking. So tomorrow, India will not just export products and services, India will also export students like you. So my one mantra to all of you, my dear students, is learn, unlearn, and relearn every single day. Learn, unlearn, and relearn every single day. What we have done in the first panel is to put together a very stellar, extremely accomplished group, extremely accomplished batch of speakers who will tell you what is wrong with the education system. That is only one side of the problem, right? But what is the solution? How do we address the problem? Everyone talks about problems, but where is the solution? So we will also goad them, we will encourage them, we will pat them, we will compel them, we will push them also to give us some solutions. I want to end with a Sanskrit quotation which says, Yad bhavam tad bhavati, which means as you think, so the world gets formed. So your job as students is to start thinking well, and the journey begins today. And I want to end with a Latin quote which says, cogito ergo sum, which means, what is cogito ergo sum? I am the sum total of my thoughts. If I have to change you all, all I have to do is to change your thoughts. But for me to change your thoughts, I need to get you introduced to great men like them. And with their experience, their expertise, and with their insights, hopefully this panel discussion will be worth your time. But before I invite our esteemed speakers, I want all the students to please stand up. Not the principals, but all the students to please stand up. Quickly, we haven't got enough time. Yeah, everybody. Now raise your hands like this. Now put your hands like this. Both hands. Huh? Both hands, yes. Absolutely. With energy, come on. You had lunch? Yes? No? Yes? No? Right? Extend your hands. Everybody. And shout out as I say, yes, we can. Yes, we can. It doesn't seem like the organizers have given a good lunch to them. A louder applause, please. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. In 2008? No. This is not like Bharat Mata Ka declaration. In 2008, when Obama was running for the presidency, he coined this slogan called Yes We Can, right? It was started in a place called New Hampshire, and that Yes We Can turned out to be a slogan for great success. You have to first believe that you can achieve. It is said, the mind that conceives and believes is the mind that achieves. So, I wish you all the very best, and remember from today, self-belief is the bedrock of success, and self-belief is the bedrock of excellence. Thank you very much for the short opportunity I had to introduce the topic. We have no profiles? Okay, sure, okay. So I'm told that the physical copy of the profiles is not ready, and I am not a 20-year-old guy, I'm 45, I cannot see from a mobile. So either we can skip the introductions. Yep, we can skip the introductions. The presence of all our speakers and their message is their profile for all of you. Okay, thank you very much. And it's my great honor, sir, thank you very much. We've been LinkedIn friends for a long time. I want every student to greet the coming on to the days of all our speakers with a huge round of applause. Mr. Shailu Tipparaju. Yeah. You can sit here, sir. Our next speaker, our next panel speaker is, next please. Yeah, Mr. Ajitesh Basani. Welcome, sir. A round of applause, please. Our third speaker is the maverick, the eccentric Mr. Shankar Muralidharan. Right, sir, please. Our fourth speaker is my dear friend, Mr. Ravikant, and we have a surprise package. We wanted to give the panel a sense of how young India is thinking. I'm 45. I may be a Boj on India for the next 20 years, maybe 65, 70. But young India is not me. Young India is students like these. So welcome Yashita, a very young lady. She has flown all the way from Delhi to be with all of you. And we haven't paid her airfare, so you can understand what kind of motivation she has come with. And sir, as far as I know, the panel moderator takes the center stage. You can sit here, please. So thank you very much. I have lost my diary, so I'm going to, yeah, the diary is there. So I promise in the next 30 minutes, we will have a very, very strong conversation on the challenges facing Indian education. So let's begin with Shailu sir. One statistic which the industry says, this may be very old statistic, about 8-9 years old. NASSCOM McKinsey report says only 15% of technical education graduates in India are ready for a job. By 2048, India, it is said by OECD and Ernst & Young, India will be a $38 trillion economy, 10 times our current GDP. I want all the panelists to help our participants understand what are the major challenges, and especially you, since you come from the US, that the Indian education is confronting today, and what can we do to upskill our students both in terms of their skill set as well as their mindset.
That seems to be the heartbeat for the panelists after the fireball talk from two amazing people. I think first, Vande Mataram, everyone. I always begin with that as a way to remember where my roots are. I'm from Hyderabad. I'm from India. I've spent half my life in this city and the other half in Chicago. So when I tell you that I will share an opinion, I can promise you one thing, that will be a balanced perspective between the East and the West. And I think before seeking as an educator the answers to any problem is to fundamentally spend a few minutes defining the problem in the first place, or defining what we're talking about. And as teachers, one of the things we do is we do keep notes. I know these come in digital form these days, but we keep it for two reasons. One is to keep the essence of the message, and the 3C formula that we use, and for the school kids, I think this is very important as learners, to make sure that you always have 3 C's with you. The grade should be A, but when you message something, it always has to be concise, it always has to be compelling, and most importantly, it has to be credible, it has to be believable. Why is that important in this discussion is because we're talking something very, very close to my heart, education. So let's define that for 1 second. The primary definition of education, as one of the educators, I teach CEO's deep purpose at a school called HBS. Most of you know it as the Harvard Business School, but we call it humility before significance. And that is one of the most important things we teach people, that when you set out to accomplish big things, to ignite the spark, to give a best chance to contribute to society, and create wealth and value, and find true meaning and purpose in your pursuit of happiness and peace. That is actually the fundamental definition of education in its purest sense. What it has turned into as a challenge and an opportunity for our nation is that it has become a race, we have mentioned some of it, to prove that you're better than someone else, to qualify for a job and excel in it, and occasionally take a break from it so you can get back to the same work and rinse and repeat this cycle for a very long time, to collect some goodies on the way and declare that you had a successful career. If we apply the definition of education and we actually see what is happening on the ground right now, there is a misalignment. I think that is at the root of what we see. We talk about AI, blockchain, crypto, advanced analytics, insights, metaverse. The words are endless in the buzzwords that are thrown around in our industry. But if we add so much intelligence to machines and so much automation to humans, we may have got this formula mixed up a little bit. We will have discompassionate humans and over-intelligent machines, which might not give us a tactical advantage or even a strategic advantage. And the last thing I will tell you about one of the sustainable development goals. It's very crisply put. It doesn't take a very long time to understand that the people of this planet have to prosper and stay peacefully with each other while protecting the future. What a beautiful, simple way to say things. And it feels like that's common sense, isn't it? I mean, why would we peaceless? Yet we have so many disagreements as we learn through these things. And I think education, and I'll hand it off to other deep people have done good work in the industry. We are not trying to define education for the next 30, 40, 50 years to have work enablement. We want to have education for this next generation as a legacy handoff, whether it's a CEO of a fortune company or a student who's just trying to get his ACES exam, is life enablement. So how are we going to give you an all-round life enablement? Because you're not going to deal with this success alone. This journey will be with other people. And I think one thing that we'll say is, in 2050, fast forward, machines will do a lot of work that does not require a lot of manual interaction with each other. It doesn't require as much creativity. The critical thinking of what you're learning today to ace the distance between the sun and the moon and the earth and the lunar day, you can Google and get that information. Information will not be your currency. compassion will be your currency. The ability to respect your parents, your elders, your teachers, your guests, your ecosystem, that will be your true learning. Because if you learn some advanced calculus without remembering to touch the feet of your grandmom when you step out to write the exam, we may have missed something fundamental in this nation. This is the roots of what we have done. We have focused too much on the branches outside. We have seen the trophies and the trinkets and the awards. What we want to go back is the roots of this nation. Those roots carry the drivers, the purpose, the deep purpose of what have our family values, what have our society values taught us, and why are we quoting amazing people and claiming that if we want to rule the ecosystem, first you have to rule the hearts of people. So the education system, to your question at a fundamental level, and we'll hand it off in 1 second, is innovation has been talked about, and I have been an innovation officer for several education companies. These days they are called ed tech companies. The one thing to remember is stop oification, baijufication, viratification. We do a lot of ifications to everything we touch and try to ape and mimic something. Staying original takes a lot of original thinking. So the only way you can stay original is by simplification. Define things at the simplest way. Be kind and compassionate to people in your class, to your neighboring classes. They are your amazing teachers, along with the teachers who are by the blackboard teaching you stuff. And the most important student is yourself. Make room for self-reflection. My career advice is don't seek comfort. Comfort will not get you too far. Seek some amount of discomfort. Seek some amount of newness. We talked about globalization. I have myself come from a completely different country. You need to not look at just geography in the geography sense. Even though it is history, being aware of multiple cultures, being aware of their sensibilities, being aware of their missions, their visions, how we are globally working together. We are not competing anymore as nations. We are completing each other. And that is a true way to think of our education. And with that, I would tell you as a final word from me is to stop following trends. There's enough social media that wants you to start creating them. That is how nation of India has been amazing. It has been original. It has been looked upon as an icon of originality for many thousands of years. This is not recent. We were the third largest economy not a few hundred years ago, and we have the full opportunity to get there. And if there's one tool in which we will get there, one bridge, one plane we will get there, that would be education. And I wish you all a happy pursuit, and we welcome the opportunity to continue the discussion. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Very well articulated. I guess what you're wearing, the lapel, may be a Harvard lapel, yes. And the credo of Harvard is called Veritas, if I'm not mistaken, which is truth. Sir has spoken very well. I know one Harvard takes GMAT to get into. I will maybe have a separate discussion with you as to how do you get into the HBS that you just spoke about. That's for another day. Thank you very much. Mr. Ajitesh, you come from an education background. You've been there and done that as far as business school is concerned, university is concerned, colleges. My very specific question, taking it further from what Mr. Shailu just spoke, can you share some interventions that you have done in your organization? First of all, what do you think are the problems? And what specific interventions have you done in your institutions to jack up the quality of students and also improve the learning outcomes?
Yeah, so problems in higher education is, I think, far too many to even start somewhere. Essentially, just to give you a quick background of the whole higher education segment, we have around 40,000 odd colleges, just to give you perspective, and in India, and 70% of that is private. What will happen soon is we'll see a consolidation of 40,000 coming down to probably 25,000, 30,000 in the next 15 years or so. So the good ones will always stay, the bad ones will go away slowly. And this would be a result of quality. This would be a result of innovation. This would be a result of ensuring that we're constantly improving as educational institutions. Fundamentally because there's always a lag between what the world is doing and what higher education institutions are doing, right? Because there's so much happening at such a fast pace that usually what ends up happening is colleges are playing catch. I mean, they're trying to get back to what the industry constantly requires. And that's changing every year. So every year we have annual meetings with corporates, and then we get feedback. What do we do with the curriculum? What do we do with skilling? So the whole concept of skilling, it comes down to mixing and matching different skills, and every year it's almost the same. So instead of worrying too much about the skilling aspect, I think kids these days should focus more on their meta skills. So skills that would last them a lifelong, skills that would enable them to move from one job to 7, 8, 9, 10 different jobs, because that's what's going to happen in the future. And coming to what we do, we've been very aware of, Sir spoke about, most people come to colleges for a degree, which is true, true even in our case. People want just a degree. Sometimes they want an MBA degree just for, getting that good prospective match or whatever. And that's still happening, and you can't help it. That's how people are, and you have to understand that people have their own expectations, and fortunately or unfortunately, people judge, right? Like they judge based on, are you a PhD? Are you a master's degree holder? Whether you're a good person or not, that's secondary. But primarily, they look at you, they're like one of the first primary questions that people ask. So moving away from just pure degrees, right? What we are trying to do is inculcate and imbibe a lot of these outside classroom learning skills, or putting students essentially out of their comfort zones. And we do that forcefully. I'll be very honest. We don't give them an option. We have seen great results. So I'll give you an example. We recently introduced this thing called theater and management. So we introduced theater from this particular thing called Bangalore Literary Theater. They are into theater. They are into a lot of management education per se. So what they did is they built us a formal curriculum where students can be a part of this. They learn leadership through theater. They learn teamwork through theater. They learn the importance of collaboration through this. So we have seen a transformative change in students in a very short time. So this has been something that has helped us, especially when we have students who are very quiet, very docile. They don't like talking. They don't like expressing themselves. We have seen that they started, expressing better, started applying for more things better, starting, putting themselves out of their, that coming out of that shell has been one of our biggest challenges, because on paper, all these students are really good, right? They're all 90%, 85%. But then you realize when you meet them in person, they're not very expressive. You don't really know what they're thinking. And to bring that out, we had to introduce these programs. This is a credited course. We do grade them. We do give them pass or fail, whatever. So now what we have realized is this is one way of doing it, and we can, replicate this across several institutions, irrespective of what discipline the student is in. Like whether he's a medical student, whether he's a BCom student, it really doesn't matter. So this is one big thing. So fundamentally, the liberalization of the education system, bringing in things that will work for your institution. So this is not saying that, it'll only work for me. It may work for you, it may not work to you. You need to figure out what each institution is good at and then bring that out so that the students will connect way better. So it comes down to the teacher.
Very well put, Mr. Jitesh. Especially two things I thought. One was meta skills. In fact, the World Economic Forum's list of competency priorities lists focus, creativity as one of the most important meta skills you can have. I mean, how do you, education institutions are not doing a good job of developing focus among students. Today's students have the attention span of a goldfish, less than 7 seconds. Social media is worsening the problem. So thank you very much for clearly articulating that. We have Mr. Ravi. Ravi heads a certain practice in InSophie, which is a data analytics training company. A question that is relevant for Mr. Ravi, which is also for you, for the participants, is there is a lot of gap between what the industry expects and what the educational institutions are offering. Can you quickly enlighten the principals and heads of institutions as to what the industry requires and what the classroom is delivering?
Sure, Satya. Good afternoon to everyone. I look after the enterprise business at Upgrad InSophie. We got recently acquired by Upgrad, therefore Upgrad InSophie. We are the world's premier AI training and skilling institute. It's a private institute. We are not affiliated to any government body, but we understand what the enterprise, what the industry requires, and that's what we do. One of the biggest things that we do at InSophie is make sure that what is taught is also taught how to apply. So you don't just get a degree, typically you study a few subjects, you come back and then you say, okay, I am an MBA, I am an engineer, but when you actually, if you're a mechanical engineer, for example, if anyone asks you to operate a lathe machine, you might not be even aware of how it looks probably. So these are things that we take care of. When we teach, we also ensure that you know the application of what is taught. And we do a 50-50 very clearly, and half the time goes into theory and the other half goes into actually working on the skills that you get. So people who learn programming, for example, typically Python, which is the programming language that is used in data science widely, you will know how to use that particular language to build tools. So now, given the background that I've just let every one of you know, it's important to understand how do you get here. So a lot of people have read books about effective people and their habits. It's about you developing those habits. Nobody can teach you that you must read a newspaper every day, digital or physical. It's important you know what's happening around you. When you have a conversation, you should know what is going on. If there is a Russia-Ukraine war, you need to know what's happening. You cannot be blind to what's happening around the world. You cannot live in your own cocoon. For example, that's one of the key things. Knowledge, world knowledge, not just general knowledge. Then what happens is having healthy conversations. How are you building your academics in your college? You come out just like how we had our panelists say that it is difficult for a person to face an interview. You might be a 99 percentile student, but when you are asked to interact, you have social media skills, but you do not have social skills. That is the apathy that we are in, and we are getting worse off as time is progressing. So we need people to understand how to interact with humans and amongst humans. So that interactivity will give you confidence to speak. If I'm sitting here and addressing all of you, it is because I've done this over a long period of time. Unless you make a beginning, you're not going to get good at what you're doing. The 10,000 hour rule of expertise, you will have to get there. You have to start. What was that, Satya?
Malcolm Gladwell.
Yeah. And no, I was talking about the other one, which is journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. So you got to take that first step, you got to put in that first minute, and then you'll get to 10,000. You'll get to those 1,000 miles. And when I see that enterprises ask me, these are the kind of skills that I want, and they also come to me and say, look, I've got a heterogeneous mix of skill set with all my team members. I want to homogenize it. So we do a proper understanding of a full cohort and see how do we break them down, bring them into homogeneous groups, bring them up to the same parity, so that the deliverables that are going to come out with that entire team will also be homogeneous. You will not need to overload a smart guy or a smart team, and you're not going to let people go who still are not there. So the organization grows at a better rate. The deliverables come out in a more consistent way. You do not need to troubleshoot. You do not need to really firefight. So critically, when we look at upskilling, when we look at skilling, when we look at how we look at the gaps that are there in the skills of people who are being hired, the social skills are pretty poor, the application skills are pretty bad, and all of this actually goes down to the ecosystem in which they are all there. You are always forcing guys to get after that rat race that Satya was just sharing. If Bharat Ratna can see it, I think everyone else would already have been experiencing it, right? That is why he is there and we are here. I think we need to get to that stage where the linearity is pretty well defined. You must ensure holistic development. It's not just a curriculum development in people, especially students. It's critical for them to understand what is grooming. I'll give you an example. We had a batch of trainees who came in fresh from college. Their behavior in the canteen or the pantry, as you call it, it doesn't remain a canteen when you get to corporate, right? So when you get to a pantry, then it is still the canteen environment that's going on. Loud yelling, shouting, screaming, laughing, giggling. That's not how corporates work. Someone has to be told that. You don't come in floaters to office, even though you're training and you're still going through your, motions for getting developed and getting out of the floor. This is not your home. This is an office. There is an environment, there is a decorum. So you got to train people, attire, sport a beard. I'm a clean shave guy, as you see. Sport a beard, there's no problem. Make sure that it's acceptable by everyone. Let it not be unruly. So grooming, somebody has to tell them that. You come out from a hot summer afternoon and then people want to stay away from you. You got to understand, recognize and work towards it. These are things that a lot of people do not know even today. And when someone tells you all these things, either it is completely mistaken and it's not you as a person who takes it and you take offense, not the lesson. So these are small things that get in there. Although these are not real skills, these are important aspects about a personality. That's how you develop it. A person is there first, and the entire sum total of all the habits that the person has actually makes that personality. So you need to ensure that all the students are going through the same thing. They have to understand the importance of world knowledge, they have to understand the importance of skill that they are assimilating for themselves, and they should also know how to apply that skill. Writing examinations and scoring percentages and getting the top of those lists is not key. Living a contented life is the key. How will you do that? Unless you don't know how you're going to apply them, how are you even going to say that, okay, look, I want to be a National Geographic photographer. You guys know this example from one of the movies, right? So that's all I would like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. Just one point, applied knowledge, you said very well. I recall a quote in English which says, theory without practice is dead and practice without theory is blind. So what we need is to meld the practice of theory and the theory of practice much outside the classroom. So thank you. And social media skills and social skills, very well. We are very comfortable in Facebook conversations, but when it comes to face-to-face communications, I can see a lot of the current generation of students, it is like they flatter to deceive me when I see them in person. So thank you very much. Shankar sir, I just received a couple of warnings that we are hard-pressed for time, so I'll give you one question, then I'll move to the lady. A question, since you've been in the field of education, we have a lot of principals of heads of institutions. I want you to tell me the principals are in a position to set the agenda for the class and for the country. Any few valuable suggestions from your experiences that will help them drive better learning outcomes in the classroom?
Well, I would say, look, Satya and me have been doing a lot of teachers training programs, principals training programs, and we've understood NEP, what it is all about and why those certificates are important, and etc. etc. But a lot of our principals, let's accept India as a country, teaching is not something which is the most preferred profession. We still want to do work at Microsoft, we still want to work at big companies. So I think that has to change first and foremost, but again, that's a big macro level decision. We cannot claim to be a country where teachers are the highest paid unless you work for Upgrad or any of those big edtech companies. But then, from that perspective, I've been a teacher myself. I come from a family of teachers. It's a thankless profession. And the fact that it's not the most preferred profession, it's the fact that most of us want to work with Google and Microsoft and McKinsey and so on. What is it that people who are here? I'm a firm believer that, boss, you need to practice things much more than you actually start preaching it. So, as teachers, as principals, we need to first set the agenda, give them a lot of examples. I spoke of some examples. I'm the example guy, so I'll give a couple of examples. Make the students understand that, only getting those bookish knowledges, 90% 10th, 90% 12th, is not going to end them. Yeah, that is important, that is brilliant, but that alone is not sufficient. Give them some examples, connect to them. I think one big disconnect with India is, our students who in schools and colleges, they're all between 15 to 25 years of age, 14 to 25 years of age. They don't understand logic, they don't understand IQ. Connect with them in the, in the language that they do. I think reach out to them. My mom was a nursery teacher. Explaining a small kid why a balloon goes up perhaps is more difficult than rocket science. So explain to them the language that they want. The other day I was in a school and we were talking about LPG and this and that. It is a good school, a good IB school. And one fellow said, sir, LPG, does it mean liquid petroleum gas? I said, no, it's liberalization, privatization, globalization. We assume that they know, they don't. You tell them those. Like, sir, sir, like he said, we sort of assume that you can actually, We sort of assume that you can come into an office with slippers or, tell them that. You have to put inside them the importance of vision, values. I'll give a couple of examples. The other day I was talking, somebody said globalization, please explain. I could have very easily said America. Simple. I just gave him a small example. Princess Diana, most of you would know this. Her son got married some time back, the grandchild was born and so on. The mother-in-law passed away. Virat Kohli hit a century the very next day. The queen did not. She passed away at 96. But the point is, what is globalization? How do you define it? Make it easy to a kid. I would say, look, Princess Diana, most of us as parents and principals know who she was. A British princess, died in a very tragic car crash. But I don't have a better example to explain globalization. That's what the kid wants. Who was she? A British princess with a Welsh subtitle with an Egyptian boyfriend who had just replaced a Pakistani. She was controversial for all the wrong reasons. A British princess with a Welsh subtitle with an Egyptian boyfriend who had just replaced a Pakistani, driving a German car with Holland, Dutch-based engines. And the chauffeur is a Belgian drunk on Scottish whiskey. They are being followed by Italian paparazzi on Japanese motorcycles, and because they are followed by these spies, they drove so very fast, went into a Swiss tunnel, the car crashed and she fell down. An American doctor with Brazilian medicines tries to briefly attempt the recovery and he fails and she dies. And the message is given to by me. I am a principal, I am a teacher, so-and-so school, so-and-so college, talking to you. Now, when you talk to a kid in that language, he immediately connects. He understands, wow, globalization, Princess Diana, etc., etc. I think those are better ways. And I think one critical thing as principals, as teachers, do not teach the student the importance of big things like entrepreneurship. Those are important. We all talk about Dhirubhai Ambani, how once long back, I'm talking of India 70 years back, you did not have the luxury of, having entrepreneurship loans or venture capitalists like these sitting with us. I'm talking of those days, big old days, good old days.
Thank you.
He goes to a bank, imagine 1950s.
Sir, we haven't got, sir, I'm really sorry, I have to interject. We haven't got the time to recall the inspiring story of Ambani right now. We can do that in the tea.
Maybe she can do that for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
she's yet to talk, so she can take it on.
Right, absolutely, sir. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry, but I have to cut, despite knowing the fact that he's my boss. So, yeah, we have exactly 2 minutes. There is a saying, in the land of the blind, one-eyed man is king. In the land of older people, there is a young lady. I'm very envious of her. You have exactly 2 minutes to answer the question. The question is, from your perspective, hardly 23, 24, 25, whatever you are, if you can give a suggestion to the students, any good career-related, education-related suggestions for our young learners here.
Yeah, I have a lot of examples to give, but speaking after him in the same speed, in the same stamina, it is very difficult to match his energy, but I'll try to do that justice. So the best thing that I can give to the young generation is that you should have a purpose, that you should have a vision about it. The example he was talking about was a Dhirubhai Ambani. We all know about him, one of the successful entrepreneurs that we ever had. He was the son of a municipal school teacher, and we say nepotism just because of Karan Johar. Our Indian families, in 1950s, 60s, nepotism was at its peak. He went to his father and he said, Papa, mane business karna chahiye. And father gave him a tight slap and said, the son of a school teacher will become school teacher only. वो घर से भाग गए, बताकर भागे. And he went to Gulf, Shell, did all grade 4 jobs there for approximately 10 years, petrochemical, clerical, everything. He came back to India and started selling textiles on the streets of Bombay, kapra. But he wasn't satisfied with this. He went to a big public sector bank those days, Punjab National Bank, and said, bank, give me money. And the bank manager was like, oh my God, jaise kidney maang liya ho. And as he mentioned his keynote, that we have come up with a concept as girlfriend loans today. And for months he kept on going to bank, money. Bank manager ne bola, nahi to aap bahut bade, you are a genius, or I have not seen a bewakoof like you. Tell me, what is your plan? He's opened up his diary and said, sir, like today, hundreds and thousands of others, I'm selling textiles on the streets of Bombay. But with your money, with my money, I want to shift from, textile trading to textile manufacturing, Vimal Textiles, #1 quality at the cheapest rates. Give me 5 more years textile intermediaries. Give me 5 more years bulk intermediaries. Give me 5 more years refining. Give me 5 more years petrochemical. Give me 5 more years oil exploration. Give me 5 more years bulk drugs. Give me 5 more years infocom. Give me 5 more years telecom. Give me 5 more years entertainment services. This is what exactly Reliance Industries have been doing today from last 50, 60 years. That man I'm talking about India, 1960s, had a vision of, what is going to happen in next 60 years. So kids have a vision, and I firmly believe on the concept of that education is a mission. Education is a mission that helps you build a vision. Let's not buy or sell it for a commission. Let there be no omission, let there be no remission, let there be passion, not fashion for the nation. I think I've wound up.
Wonderful. Absolutely. You have the only thing is you spoke extremely articulately, but I feel really sad that we have not been able to give any more time, but we will make up for the lost time. All our speakers, all our esteemed speakers are available for a long chat with all the principals, the teachers, and the students outside of the room, outside of the hall. Please join us for high tea and also for a session of Gyan, extended Gyan from all our speakers. Thank you very much. Deeply appreciate your time. Deeply appreciate your attention. Looks like all of us are in need of tea. Bigger round of applause, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a great session. This is a token of appreciation from Avinya for our esteemed panelists. And yeah, as sir already announced, the tea is here, the snacks are here. Students can go out, and our volunteers will assist all the principals. Thank you.
And by the way, you didn't say the context. What is Avinya? Avinya is not Tata's EV vehicle. Avinya is innovation in Sanskrit. So,
yes.
So this has been a very innovative panel. Huh? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
चल
अरे इसको
hold it.
Wait, how do I, dude, I have never operated a mic.
You just give him the mic. Make it down. You put it.
So today, start up, not start and start.
Today.
The only female panel.
We still think only engineering and medicine are careers. There are a lot of new careers which have come up. Companies are hiring people who want to get jobs in psychology, sociology, theatre, drama, music. That's what liberal education talks. It says that first year of graduation, you don't have to specialize into a BTech or a BCom or a BSc or a BBA. Year one is common, you study everything, then you decide what you want to get into.
Sir, what is the use of this?
Ma'am, see, last 70-75 years, if you look at how we have changed. 75 years back, India had hardly 2 to 3 lakh students studying in colleges. We hardly had 47 universities, 700 colleges. Today we have 1,200 universities, 47,000 colleges, 4 crore students studying. But still there's a lot of confusion. There is no proper career counseling. These forums help students decide on what they should do. Who should do law, who should do design, who should do theatre, who should do psychology. I think career counseling, and not only students, even parents. A lot of people working in companies don't know why they're working there. They want to leave their jobs. So we are here to help all of them do well. It's more from a career counseling initiative. I think that's what we do.
Sir, actually, finally, what is the meaning of AVINYA? Actually, why you are both of you?
Yeah, so
and what you want to tell about the students and parents also?
Great. So AVINYA is an event management company. They organize education events for students, for parents, calling people like us to come and talk. And my message through AVINYA is very simple. Aspirations, I think in India, we don't give value to aspirations. We still want to study in college only because we want a degree. That should change. One should study because he wants a career. One should study because he needs to have huge aspirations. Money is not a problem. If you don't have money, educational loans are available. For example, in my university, Rishihood University, there are students who are studying free of cost, many of them full scholarships. So there is money. You need to have aspirations and you need to come out of your comfort zone. That is more important.
And what do you want to give the message to students?
My message is simple. Don't follow trends which are there just because everybody is doing it. Every day, all over the world, US, UK, Germany, Japan, all over the world, 1,000 new companies start. By the end of the year of these 1,000 companies, 900 don't survive, they die. 3 more years of the remaining 100 companies, 80 don't survive. And 3 more years of the remaining 20 companies, 17 are below average, 2 are above average, 1 is exceptional. Point is, success is by default a property of the outlier, not the core. If I'm at the core, if I'm doing what everybody else is doing, I will never succeed. So please take the path which has not been taken by the others. And people like me are here to guide you. My name is Shankar. You'll find me on social media, LinkedIn, Facebook. You can just type my name on Google. You'll find me. Get in touch. We're here to help, but ask for support.
Sir, actually today you are collaborating with AVINYA. So how do you feel, and you are coming from the Delhi, so how do you feel, what's your experience here?
Well, Hyderabad is not new to me. I've spent almost 5 years in Hyderabad. Yes. Very, very fond memories of this city. But again, we are a city which is technically very ahead, but still very confused in the mind. Having said so, I think it's always good to come to Hyderabad. This is one part of India where education is given a lot of importance. Andhra and Telangana, 2 states, people will leave Khana Pina, but they will fund the student for education. I think that is very important. We are here to tell them, boss, we are here to help you. Don't blindly go to the US because anybody has to come back to India and work. So there has to be a plan behind it. It's wonderful being here. So Hyderabad is a great city and more than happy to help all you guys do well.
Sir, and in Telangana and in Andhra Pradesh, a lot of the Telugu people is there. If you can possible to speak in Telugu, it's comfortable. Just
Ma'am, I don't know Telugu. No, ma'am. I only know Cheppandi and nothing else. I'm so sorry for that. Yeah,
okay, thank you, sir.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Sir, will you like to give us some small bites about this event?
Can I do it after some time once I have my tea and come back? If that is okay. Thanks.
Sir, I feel.
Can you just send me a WhatsApp of what you record?
Hello, sorry for the delay. So for all the people who are getting bored, maybe you can just explore, and there's a fun zone arranged by Smash here at T-Hub and ground floor. So you can explore that, and we'll be starting the Captain India in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Student at Oxford University. There are over 250 million students in India, out of which 38% have access to the internet, including students from 10 to 15 years of age. In last few years, due to pandemic, my name is Aditya Havaldar, founder of Collative, and I'm engineering student at Oxford University. There are over 250 million students in India, out of which 38% have access to the internet, including students from 10 to 15 years of age. In last few years, due to pandemic and lack of physical interaction, there's a clear decrease in student-to-student interaction. Collative aspires to create a student-centric environment, growth and development of student. We wish to revolutionize the student culture.
Hi, I'm Chitrali. I'm the co-founder at What Is My Goal and a future readiness partner of AVINYA. At What Is My Goal, we make students future ready by preparing them to choose the right career goal, discover their superpowers, and become a creator.
Hello, this is Kaushik, the founder and CEO of Zone for Augmented Reality Creations, ZAC, which is an AI firm. We believe that augmented reality is a game changer for the future of content. We at ZAC try to add a new visual dimension to the world seen through your device. We at the organization ZAC are trying to build out a new way of learning for the students by introducing augmented reality and a metaverse world out of the concept.
This is Krishna Priya, founder of Starburst.ai. At Starburst.ai, we are developing an AI-powered SaaS platform that automates influencer marketing. Right from influencer discovery to matchmaking to managing the whole campaign and at the end getting the ROI of the campaign will be done within the platform. We have started this last year in January and we have been in this business since 1.5 years. We are proud to be associated with AVINYA as marketing partner.
The world is moving rapidly towards the technologies. Students need to experience the technologies at school level. The team Edodhoja is providing lab on wheels. The lab will come to your school with the future technologies to experience the future world. The technologies are like AR, VR, augmented reality, and robotics. Not only this, many more technologies. We are also teach the students how to use these technologies with a hands-on practical experience. Our approach will be in 3 steps: innovate yourself, design yourself, and recreate yourself.
I am Mohammad Sajid, the founder of RoboCalam. In this world, we have been seeing there has been a lot of technology skill gap. In order to bridge this gap, we have been aiming that should be inculcated in the brains of students at an early age. This is what we have been focusing upon, like gamification. That is what we have been doing. RoboCalam in a single sentence has been trying to gamify the concept of education through our specially designed DIY kits and AI ML models.
Hello, my name is Havaldar, founder of Collative, and I'm engineering student at Oxford University. There are over 250 million students in India, out of which 38% have access to the internet, including Hello, my name is Havaldar, founder of Collative, and I'm engineering student at Oxford University. There are over 250 million students in India, out of which 38% have access to the internet, including students from 10 to 15 years of age. In last few years, due to pandemic and lack of physical interaction, there's a clear decrease in student-to-student interaction. Collative aspires to create a student-centric environment, growth and development of student. We wish to revolutionize the student culture.
Hi, I'm Chitrali. I'm the co-founder at What Is My Goal and a future readiness partner of AVINYA. At What Is My Goal, we make students future ready by preparing them to choose the right career goal, discover their superpowers, and become a creator.
Hello, this is Kaushik, the founder and CEO of Zone for Augmented Reality Creations, ZAC, which is an AI firm. We believe that augmented reality is a game changer for the future of content. We at ZAC try to add a new visual dimension to the world seen through your device. We at the organization ZAC are trying to build out a new way of learning for the students by introducing augmented reality and a metaverse world out of the concept.
This is Krishna Priya, founder of Starburst.ai. At Starburst.ai, we are developing an AI-powered SaaS platform that automates influencer marketing, right from influencer discovery to matchmaking. Good evening. May I have your attention, please? Now that we are all fed, had our teas, let's get back to the event. And for those of you who didn't get the snacks yet, they're available at the back side of the stage. Our volunteers can help you. Please ask out. Now, the biggest part of the event, unveiling the Captain India. We have conducted competitions across the state and have received a ton of entries. There were 5 different competitions, one of which being Captain India. We are in search of our first ever Captain India. He is an influencer, a multi-talented future leader. Now, Captain India is the future of India, and he or she have a good grasp of major life skills, knowledge of potential career, and goal choices for the future, and self-discovery of this superpower. Complete understanding of oneself. Basically, future readiness is what we are looking for in our Captain India. Now we have, as I mentioned, we had over 100 of entries for Captain India, and it was very difficult, but we got it down to top 7 candidates. Let me just unveil our finalists. Krishna Nayan Tota from Silver Oaks International School. If he is present, can he please come onto the stage? Anandita Srijit Warrior from the Global Edge School. Please come. Please come. Mariam Niaz from Springfields International School. Abhay from Silver Oaks International School. Anandi from Pragati Central School. Amulya from Academic Heights Public School. And finally, Shivangi Shrey from Jubilee Hills Public School. Now, these are our top 7 finalists that we have here. Let us have a huge round of applause for. Now, before deciding the Captain India, we will be having a couple of tasks that they'll be doing here in front of the jury, and depending on your judgment, we'll crown our first ever Captain India. Let us begin the task now. Over to you, Humaira.
Hello. Hello everyone. So these are our top 7 finalists for Captain India, and we're really excited to have them here. And what we'd really like to see is, now we are going to give them 2 tasks. One will be a life skills related task. They will be given a lot and they'll have to pick one chit from it, and they will have to do the task. And after that, our jury members will also ask them questions. So let's get started. Are we ready, guys? All right, very nice. So we have our chits ready, and let's have the first contestant first to pick a chit. Yeah. All right, so let me just see what this has. Okay. Okay. So the life skill that he's chosen is empathy. So the task is to understand the biggest problem with the backstage staff, talk about it with the head of staff, and understand their perspective. So we will get you someone from the backstage. Now it's up to you to ask the questions and try to understand what their problem is. All right? And you have 2 minutes.
Hi. Can you hear me? Is it working? Okay.
Yeah, so like, when did you join this? When did you join AVINYA? When did you join AVINYA?
I joined AVINYA right from the start. We've been planning everything.
So like, why did you choose this particular field to join?
In backstage?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone has some kind of works, and I have been given this kind of work. So I'm good at, PPTs and editing, everything.
Yeah.
So, like, what's some of the major problems you have faced while being backstage?
So first thing is creating what to present. That's one problem, and then presenting it. So we found some problems while presenting the all what we have created.
Okay. So, like, what do you plan on doing? How do you, like, even though it's like when it gets irritating sometimes, what do you do to
when I'm
stress?
irritated?
Yeah. When you can't find the solution to some problem.
I'll just go get some air and try to get some air, then I can think well, so that whatever the problem that I'm facing, I can solve it. So first I'll get some air outside.
Okay.
So you have your answers?
Like the problem?
All right. So you can introduce yourself to everyone, and then you can talk about the problems that you've understood. All right? You have 30 seconds.
So I am Abhay from Silver Oaks International School. So after talking to one of the backstage people, I have understood that their problem is they don't get recognized much, but they do their job with passion and dedication, so that one day they will get recognized. Yeah. So I hope they get their chance to be recognized.
Thank you. That was Abhay. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you, Abhay. Thank you very much. I think you can take your seat, and we can move on to the next contestant. Can I see? All right. So the life skill that you have chosen is decision making, and for that you will have to talk to a school teacher and understand what are their biggest problems. List down the top 5 solutions for the problem, and you will have to take a decision for that. And for this task, I would like a volunteer from the teacher's end. Do we have anyone? You would like to do that? All right, Professor Satya Kiran, let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you.
So technically, I don't qualify to be a school teacher, but the problems are common.
Hi, sir. So, how long have you been working as a teacher or in the education field?
12 years.
12 years.
Right, 12 years. 12 years.
And what do you think motivated you to pursue education?
I think my purpose was aligned to my role as a teacher, and I feel I derive a lot of meaning from being a teacher.
So, how many schools or students?
So this is my 3rd institution. 3 institutions I've worked. This is the 3rd one.
So I'm sure you've met a lot of different students over your 12 years of career. So if you could list down a few problems that you think...
The first problem is students today don't even listen to the teachers. And their orders are considered like a pile of wasted papers. Yesterday, last evening, I sent a clear message to all my students, warned them on the phone that you should give me some questions for this session. Not one responded, and this morning, nobody lifted my call.
Yeah. Other than that, do you face any troubles in decision making when it comes to deciding the syllabus or something of that
Thankfully, someone else is taking care of that. So the UGC or the university takes care of the curriculum.
So your top problem is that your students don't...
Nobody cares about me as a teacher.
And what would some of your other problems be?
First problem, nobody cares about me. Second problem, nobody gives me a damn. Third problem is again the same. There's a lack of recognition for a teacher.
So I think I can narrow all of your problems down to nobody really respects your role as a teacher.
Correct.
So I think teaching, like I've been told from a very young age that teaching is one of the most difficult but yet underappreciated jobs there is in the world. And I think to instill respect for the profession of teaching, we should start telling children from an young age and making them realize the value of a teacher in their life. And teachers don't just include school teachers, they include parents and the people around you who might teach you valuable life lessons. And maybe if they were to go a day or a month or a week or like even a year without any teachers or nobody to guide them, maybe they'd realize the value of teachers.
Very well, very good. And by the way, I came here because my son's teacher is here. Right, so I wanted to score some brownie points and ensure that my son gets good marks in the next exam. Thank you.
So you can mention your name and the school that you're from.
I'm Krishna Naina Tota, grade 9, and I'm from Silver Oaks International School. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our next contestant. Thank you. All right. So the life skill chosen is handling failure, and the task is, what if you do not become Captain India today? How would you feel and how will you handle those emotions? You can introduce yourself and then.
Yeah. Myself Amulya from grade 10 from Academic Heights Public School. If I couldn't become Captain India today, that might be a problem because my goal is to make everyone realize the differences that we are facing in this society. I want to become Captain India because I want to make everyone realize that what we are lagging in, what's the real society is. I want everyone to realize that we are living in a society with full of religionism, casteism and all those things. And my overall aim for becoming a Captain India is that I'll have a better opportunity for making people realize by public speaking or many other ways, by expressing my views so that I can convey my views to everyone. See, we are being in a society with full of religionism, casteism, differences. I want to awake people from the dilemma which they are in, thinking that we are living in a society with no stratifications, no divisions and no boundaries. And I want people to break the boundaries in between each and every person, between human to human, so-called religion. And this is my overall aim for becoming a Captain India. And if I couldn't become, I'll utilize my upcoming opportunities. I'll just utilize my social media, which is the best platform to utilize my views. So it's not a big worry. Still, I'll be, little sad, sorrow, but still I'll just utilize the best social media, public speaking, and make sure that upcoming opportunities were best utilized. Thank you.
Thank you. That was amazing. Thank you very much. Let's move on. Yes, let's see what you've got. Okay, all right. So your life skill is negotiation, and you will have to sell a pen worth 15 rupees for 100 rupees to someone in the audience. So there again, we'll need to have some volunteer. Just try selling this pen, and all right. So we have a volunteer here. Come. Try selling it to him.
Hello, my name is Anandita. I study in grade 7 in the Global Ed School.
Myself, I am Vishal, pursuing my BTech in CS.
Hello. Would you like to buy this pen? It's for 100 rupees. Would you like to buy this pen?
Like, why would I buy your pen?
Well, the pen is very, it's got a very good quality, and it's really worth for those 100 rupees because it's got like a nice durability, and And
Like what makes it differ from other pens?
well, it's not a pen you get in every shop, and this
Savage answers.
and I think you'd really enjoy using this pen because, well, it's because of its quality, durability, and that it's very unique from other pens. And it's really like worth that money, and I wouldn't say you'd be losing anything.
But I think I'd like to buy the pen. Thank you very much, and you did a really great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll have our next contestant. Yes, take the mic. You can introduce yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mariam Niaz, and I am studying in Springfield International School.
All right, so the life skill chosen is creative thinking. Her task is go convince a startup founder to give you an internship. Get a selfie with any startup founder with 10 years of experience. Now, I think as we are lacking time, you can convince a startup founder to give you an internship. Can we have a startup founder here who would like to take the stage? Founders? Yes, so we have one.
Hello. Hi. Chill. Okay. So I'm Karthik. I'm from a company called Nextin. We are a edtech startup. So where we work on the human accelerator program, where we add that emerging technology skill to the student, youth student. Yep. It includes AI, Web3, blockchain, and the green technologies and the carbon technologies.
So the question is you have to convince him to give you an internship, right? So you will tell him about yourself and why you want to work for the company. Okay? Can you start with introducing yourself?
Hi, my name is Mariam Niaz. Hi, my name is Mariam Niaz, and I'm 12 years old.
Good to meet you, Alice.
I like to do painting, and I really like to, learn new languages.
All are our friends. No one else from outside. Yes. Come on, come on.
My hobbies are to do painting, and
You can sit down. You can sit down and talk. No problem. Yeah. Take this.
You can ask him what roles they have in the company and you can tell him how it's
Okay. Take some.
I think you already employed it.
We'll have our next contestant and we'll come back to you. Think it over and we'll come back to you. All right, we'll move to our next contestant. Okay. Oh, so your life skill is again handling failure And it is again about what if you do not become Captain India today? How would you feel and how will you handle these emotions?
I think that if I would not be...
Can you introduce yourself and which school you're from?
I'm Anandi. I study in grade 9 and I'm from Pragati Central School. So if I would be Captain India, I would be very happy and yes. And yes, I would be very happy and I think I did a very good thing. But if I didn't become a Captain India, I would take this as another lesson which life has taught me, and I would as I said, I would take it as another lesson which life has taught me, and I would practice more on me and I would learn more things, and so that I can take this challenge again, and for the next time I would do more better, and I think I would win next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, moving on to our last contestant. Okay, all right, you can take this.
Thank you.
And all right, so again, it's an internship one, creative thinking. Convince a startup founder to give you an internship. Let's see how you do it. Who is the startup founder? Yes, please go ahead, Karthik.
So internship is the apprenticeship, like where you get to work with the company with the real time. It's like the part time where you get to learn things in practical. It's kind of job.
So may I know should I introduce myself? Good evening everyone, I'm Shivangi Shri. I study in Jubilee Hills Public School. I'm currently in 9th grade. So may I know what your startup is about?
So we are the company where we provide students with the real-time problems. So from the young age, you get the chance to work with the real-time companies like Netflix and WHO, UNICEF and the KPMG Industries. So from the young age, you get the chance to work on the real-time problems, which are global problems, from the, like when you're a teenager itself. So that's what we do.
Right, sir. So I would love to inform you that I am very interested in the companies that you mentioned, and it would be an honor to be able to work with them at this age. I think it would provide me with amazing exposure, and this is something that I would really love doing any time of the day. And I think if it's something that I love doing, I would give my all in it. And I think this would be wonderful for me as well as for you, because you would now have an employee or an intern for the time being that would really love to work with your company. So I think it would be of great benefit to those companies that I will be working for, as well as for myself, that I would get such an exposure at such a young age. So yeah, thank you.
You got the internship. I love the confidence. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mariam, you want to go ahead? You want to go ahead with your answer? Would you like? Okay, just come in. So Mariam Niaz here. She has been selected from over 100 entries, and being here on this stage itself as part of Captain India, that is an achievement in itself, and you have already achieved a lot by being here. Okay, and we will have Captain India again. It's a recurring competition, so don't worry. If you want to give your answer, you can still give it, or it's all right. Take a seat. Thank you very much, everyone.
Even she also got the internship. At that age, I was not there on this much public stage and this much in the public. So she already got the internship. Yep.
So you already got the internship. All right, wonderful. So we have an announcement here. So we have a few entries for Arts and Innovation Challenge, which have been displayed downstairs. So the students here who had their entries shortlisted, you're requested to talk to a volunteer and go ahead downstairs for setting up your entries. And we'll move on to the next segment of the day. Over to you, Priya.
So thank you, entries. Thank you for your time. You can leave now. Our judges will come back with their result. Yeah.
Yes, so we'll have one more round after the panel for Captain India, the final round, and then we'll announce our first ever Captain India.
Okay. So after this interesting event of Captain India with all these young minds, let's move on to a second panel of the day, Reimagining Education, moderated by Ms. Sita Murthy, ma'am. She is currently the Director Education at Silver Oaks International School and President Heads Association of IB World School, India. What's really impressive is that she thinks of herself not as the principal, but rather as the principal learner, the first learner in the school. Welcome, ma'am. As a part of the panel, we would like to invite Mr. Chetan Sharma, a prolific media personality, passionate entrepreneur, and a business enabler, and a modern design thinker. Welcome, sir. Next comes Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, co-founder and managing partner at StatCap Corporate Advisors LLP and strategy and investment consulting professor with 20 plus years of experience across diverse sectors and geographies. Welcome, sir. Next comes Mr. Sricharan Lakkaraju, founder and CEO of StuMax, a student discovery platform. He is passionate about training in different areas of entrepreneurship, aptitude, and recruitment skills. He is also listed under Forbes 30 Under 30. He is here. Can somebody please get him? Yeah. Moving on, we have Ms. Kausir Saeed, key resource person in Telangana Parent Association, accomplished educator with extensive knowledge of the latest and most effective teaching methods. Welcome, ma'am. And finally, we have Master Siddharth Pili, the youngest data scientist and school student. Please take your seat. No, Charan is here. He's 2 minutes. Yeah, 1 second.
Okay, good evening everybody. I love the previous round where the students exhibited some ingenuity in asking questions which were posed to them like a surprise. So my name is Sita Murthy, as I was introduced, and I am responsible for the learning of nearly 7,000 students in my campuses, and responsible and accountable for whatever they learn through the 500 teachers that I have as my colleagues. It's very interesting that I was given a topic to moderate, and the topic is Reimagine Education, Reimagining Education. When I heard the title of this topic, I remembered my personal anthem, I Have a Dream. Many of you would have heard this song by ABBA, I Have a Dream, a song to sing. And I believe in every fairy tale that happens, because unless you believe in positivity of the world, there is no way you can make positive things happen. So reimagining education is like a dream. And how do you bring different components into this education system to make teachers who are from a different decade, students who are from a different generation, work together for nearly 12 years in a school level, and then another 4 to 5 years at a university level, and make sure that everybody understands that there's going to be a change scenario in the world. And in that change scenario, what kind of education do we need to give in schools and in colleges? And we are talking about this when 2 years back, the National Education Policy was announced. And tomorrow, the government is going to announce a National Curriculum Framework. On this threshold where NCF is going to be announced, or if it is already launched, we as educators and the wonderful panelists that I have here coming from different fields, very diverse backgrounds. And I must tell you honestly that for me, it's a very interesting experience to have panelists who are from the investment, who are from the media, from early childhood education, and a young data scientist. And I had the pleasure of listening to Charan, who's sitting there busy with his phone, but how wonderfully he was spontaneous while he was introducing the topic, not of this panel, but of this entire context of this event. This event was created by startup companies, very young entrepreneurs. You've seen all of them behind the stage and on the stage. All these people came together to promote this idea to the school-going students who are more in number today in this audience than the adults, that like somebody earlier said, there are only 2 religions in India, engineering and medicine. No, there are many more religions, and that's what these entrepreneurs are promoting today. So while talking about that, for me, reimagining education is about, Rabindranath Tagore said many, many years ago, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. That's where I want the country to go. That's the kind of education that we all need to give. So let's start with Chetan Sharma, who's a renowned media personality. And I have to admit that I love listening to your deep voice and the deep dialogues that you bring into your conversations in your television shows, one being the India Ahead channel that you started. What is your dream for reimagining education in India? So, Chetan, what is your dream for reimagining education in India? And what's the message you would like to give to educators, parents, youngsters, entrepreneurs about your perspective on this topic?
The first thing, Sita, I thank you for stealing my job. All my life I've done what you've been doing. So I wonder who's going to ask me to talk less today, because I've been telling everybody in my shows to talk less. 1980, I was in class 6. This is not a guess my age statement. It was the first time I was formally recognized as the most notorious student in my class. And I was asked to get out. And that became a habit over several years. And over the last 3 months, I've heard 3 of the world's biggest educators and 2 wonderful speakers today, Shankar and, I think there was Shailu, who said that the best education that you get is outside a class. So by default, the lesson learned, it's good to be notorious. And that's the fulcrum of reimagination, is to think differently, is to think out of the box. And often, a high deal of negativity comes from them. The need to defy also comes from reimagination. The reason why I like the word reimagining education is twofold. Number one, imagination sets you free. It gives you a sense of freedom. It allows you to be even irresponsible. But the second is that I don't entirely agree with this topic. Because when we say reimagining education, we presuppose that those who created this education system lacked imagination, or they didn't have enough imagination. So do you think that's true? A country which for centuries have had some of the best thinkers, the best institutes, would actually have lacked imagination? So where does the problem lie? I do agree that those thinkers of those times didn't have the benefit of technology and science. But the fact of the matter is they never lacked imagination. Because education was always meant to simplify, not to complicate. And a lot of the world that has happened today is all about complication. If you look very deeply into our education system, we don't suffer from academics. We don't suffer from physics. We don't suffer from mathematics. We don't suffer from statistics. We suffer from basics. We suffer from ethics. And the problem does not lie in imagination. Because the new education policy which ma'am spoke about has almost nothing that is new. It was inherently a part of the old policy, which in turn was a part of the older policy. So the problem does not lie in imagination. The fallacy is not the policy. The problem is the implementation of it. It's the will or the lack of the will that kills the bill. That's problem number one. Problem number two, education in India was not a function of deliberation. It was a function of the deliberate. The deliberate need by those in power, and here I mean the British, to teach subjects which make you subjects, to use power, and to concentrate on the wield, not the yield. And this was done with their selfish motives, and unfortunately, the system today has taken that up. As those in power choose to control the minds with the intention of a selfish benefit of remaining in power. So what do? They flout tainted knowledge. Fear is invoked. Masses are provoked. Insecurities deny us from progression. And overall, those who fail are rejected. It's ironical that we condemn those who try but fail and concur with those who don't and get stale. And what is the result? Is the huge divide between the haves and the have-nots. All very well. What's the solution? For me, the solution lies in the problem. The core of the problem is not imagination, as I said, but the core lies in the solution. And the solution lies in the core. And the core is an acronym for conversations, observations, reflections, and experiences. And if you combine these four, you have everything that you want from education. Why can't we institutionalize and formally teach conversation? The art of engagement, the art of bringing the best out of situations, the art not just to answer but to question, the art to simply empathize. That's conversation. Then the art of observation. Do we even think that we need to institutionalize this and to teach it formally? Because observation brings patience. Observation brings mindfulness. Observation brings awareness. Nobody teaches us that. Yet, when we grow up and we grow through, we realize these are the true teachers. Then the R of reflections. Reflection is a function of reading, of research, of analysis, and of course critical thinking. That is the genesis of education. And finally the E of experiences. Experiencing through experimenting, through exploration, opening up a world in front of you, That is the solution for education, to institutionalize and formalize these aspects of our lives which actually produce the student that we want. I often say that these are times when you just don't learn to live, you also live to learn. And how do you do this? To do this, you've got to shift. You've got to shift from the should to the could. You've got to shift from the instruct to the construct. You've got to shift from the wield to the yield. You've got to shift from the top down to the bottom up. You've got to shift from judging to nudging. And when you do that, you allow the other person to grow and to learn. I know it's easy for me to say all these things because I've had a fair share of experience, had a bit of a career behind me. But when I look back, I've been the beneficiary of several occasions when I looked at short-term benefits and I gained from them. But at the end of it all, it was a long-term loss because I chose those short-term methods. I chose to shortchange myself. And I understand that change is the only constant, but I chose it at a wrong time. So the ethos of reimagining education is learnt in the times that we stay from the big letter of C in COVID. I've heard 3 C's being mentioned sometime earlier. I think Shiloh mentioned that. For me, the best lesson from this big C were 3 C's. 3 C's were ignited during COVID. The need to be collective, creative, and corrective. And that's the reignition which will lead to reimagination. Thank you for indulging me.
Very, very well said, very profound, Chetan. So 2-3 things came to my mind as you were sharing your perspective. The social construct in our country, particularly after the globalization, the education system itself has taken a different paradigm. It's more industry than education. So what do we celebrate in our country? You see the hoardings, who's a topper here, who's a topper there. What we celebrate is an indication to the next generation that only success is celebrated. Efforts towards success is not so much validated. So probably we educators sitting here have to bring the intangible to the forefront than working on the tangible things like 100 out of 100, 200 out of 100 probably. So that's the kind of narrative unknowingly the systems and the changing world has built in our country. So we have to bring these meta skills, we have to bring these value systems to the forefront, if that is what is called as reimagining education. But you rightly said, that was what was education in India for centuries together. So I'll go to Charan now. Charan, I absolutely enjoyed listening to you while you were talking about pitching this event and your own experiences. So tell me, what do you think is missing in the current education system that you wish to see for your 2 little fellows at home?
Thank you. First of all, honored to be in the esteemed panel. I looked up to people as I was growing up, not to make feel someone old, but that's the whole point. Before I answer your question, just to add, what is missing that everybody keeps saying, but I say more than people who are on the stage, a lot of people who are off the stage will have a great answer. So most of the times it's like a teacher, because being a son of a teacher, I grew up where my father, who had like 36 years of teaching in his life, he never treated his 2 kids at home much than what he treated the 1,000 kids at the school. He spent more time with them. He used to just give a pat on our back when we were sleeping, and before we woke up, he used to leave. And I always felt, what was that factor that these teachers had that affinity towards their schools or their kids in the school. The major point, rather than pointing fingers towards everything, most of the times our policies are made by people who are never on the ground. Number one. Number two, we always say that we do gap analysis from our own perspective, but not the person who is in that gap. Number three, the distance between staff room and the decision maker's room is so far. The decision maker should be in the staff room to hear. Because the decision maker thinks that I am doing something which is right, where I didn't ask for that. Like as a teacher, I didn't ask. And someone says they have to use visual aids, but you made teachers visually dependent. They are not visual aid. That is aid. Aid means support. But these guys made it visually dependent. 4, we take people for granted because we have more population. And people don't respect a teacher should teach. Why can't a teacher have a teaching assistant in India? We never talk about a teaching assistant in India. And where we keep on speaking for hundreds of years about how Harvard is great. Which Harvard professor is correcting papers? Which Stanford professor is correcting papers? And you expect these people to be the multitaskers of the world, where again on the stage we say generalists are not required, specialists are required. And we expect the teacher to be a generalist. We don't go to a general surgeon, we go to a neurologist, we go to a cardiologist, we don't go to a general surgeon, but we want a teacher to be everything. That is the problem. The first core problem is not, I keep seeing this poster, save tigers, save teachers. It's not save tigers, first save teachers. How many of our kids are becoming teachers first? And great journalists like Chetan Garu and others say like, I don't want to be in the journalism because fourth estate becomes someone estate. And a lot of teachers, they went through the grind, and they don't want their kids to go through the grind. They say, except a teacher, you can become anything else. So when you want to reimagine education, if education without teachers, and there are smart people whose companies start with B's and end with U's, but the point is they feel you don't require a teacher. They want to keep a tab on someone, but their tab doesn't work. So if you want to reimagine education, the first stakeholder in the education, the teacher should be respected. And the moment you respect a teacher, student starts respecting the teacher. And we keep on telling students, don't bring mobile phones. I was in one of the colleges these days. I'm fortunate enough again, I got an invite from one school after they listened to me, but I feel so disconnected sometimes. The first problem is if every student has a mobile in a hand, and if there's a great teacher, she can make everyone see the board, not the mobile, because that's the power of a great teacher. It is not banning mobile phones. It's asking everyone to bring a mobile phone and then make teacher tell the class. That's the power of a real teacher, where she diverts the attention towards the speaker. Second, today, we don't need people to tell not to use online. We should tell a teacher which websites not to see to the kid. We need a teacher because every information is available. What is the value of a teacher today? They feel like, the kid is not excited because my son, who is in the grade 1, he says, I just said Elon Musk, I just went to Tesla's office. I didn't get a chance to meet Elon Musk. He comes to me and he says, Nana, it is Elon Musk, not Elon Musk. Mark phonetics jappale. Old city la school jadukunam ma'am. So point is like the whole funda here is like if a first grader knows Elon Musk, he is knowing a lot of things which he should not know. because it is available to him. I gave him an example yesterday night. 12th step. I took him to my 12th floor apartment. I said, like, there are 12 steps. Count. He said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. You are in first step. Jump to 12th. He said, no, it will hurt my knees. I can't. I can jump to second or maximum third or fourth. Then why are you learning what a 12-year-old should learn? Then he walked up to me and he said, now you explained me. This is the real education where sometimes when we reimagine education, we have to, the first basic point, a teacher should be a listener. Communication skills are not talking. Don't grade someone the way someone talks English first. If he is able to listen to someone, then he's a great communicator, not someone who is talking to. Not all can be great orators. And they can't talk about before 30 people. They can be talking one-to-one. Put them as a counselor. We make elephant climb a tree and snake carry the weight. That is our education system. And the last 2 points before I end. Today, people keep claiming that it is a not-for-profit. Accept it is for-profit, right? It's okay. What is the favor that you are doing to someone? The moment if you at least accept for profit, at least someone's accountability will improve. I know in United States, people thump their chest. We moved from one state to another state to find a great public school. One state to another state to find a good school district. The house is costlier because the schools are great. And immediately say our education system is bad, the US is great. US is 200 years independent. We are just 75. We will take our own time. Can't we wait? People say kids don't have patience. Adults don't have patience. First, if adults have patience, kids will get patience. And don't blame the generation because they are getting digressed. No, we don't have patience. They are the toughest generation who are studying. Among all the digressions that they have, still they are studying. Just imagine how great they are. So I give a big support to all the kids because they are studying, they are going through the toughest times. Bichare, they don't understand the difference between sad and depression.
Yeah. And stress.
Stress was forced by area for me.
Yeah.
Stress was always forced by area. Suddenly stress became something. To improve our business, we create new business models and we spoil them.
True.
And unfortunately, because we charge more, we have to include more facilities. That's a problem. And we say we have a career counselor. And the career counselor didn't choose the career of the career counselor because she didn't get anything else. How unfortunate it is. So if you want to reimagine education, let's reimagine people first. Let's reimagine how people are doing simple things. When we reimagine things we are doing in a simple way, complex things can be solved by anyone. So that's my take.
Now, that justifies why I said I absolutely enjoyed listening to him in the boardroom before the event started. However, I'll pick up 1 or 2 points from what you shared, Charan. While reimagining education, I think the first and foremost thing in India that we need to do is rebuilding the roles of teachers, giving them more importance, which was there in our ancient system. The gurus were considered more important than the parents. And somehow teachers have become couriers of content in this last 2 decades of narrative that we've had. But I think rebuilding the role of teachers in the society is extremely important. And the other point that you brought up, while I loved your wit and wisdom, these are the fallacies, these are the negative points that have been built into a private school system, which is very iterative. Parents want horse riding. Parents want an artificial intelligence workshop in a school. There's so many things that they want and they're not even talking about what values my child is learning. So keep it simple is what I want to take from your perspective. Abhijit, let me come to you now. You know, when I read about your profile, I was thinking, what will I ask him? Because coming from the financial and investment background that you come, I want to understand What are we missing? What do we explain to this generation in the school or to the teachers in our schools? What kind of education will make these children more financially prudent and responsible? Because that's one basic element that's missing, because the younger generation don't even know how to plan their university education. It's the parents who plan it. So I'd like to hear from you if it comes under, if you feel there's something that you want to share. Otherwise, you're welcome to share what you feel about this topic.
So I'll just be extempore, because my correlation to academics ended almost 20 years back. Right now I have a 7-year-old girl and the principal is sitting here, so I better be very... So you started off with a poem said where the mind is without fear. So I recollect an incident. I used to not live with my grandparents, so they used to live in a village in West Bengal. So I went to him. I was 12 years old and he was 92 years old. And I happened to sit in the veranda and narrate this very poem, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. He was in the room next door and he walked up to me and said, "Can you write down this poem for me?" The first surprise for me was, why would a 92-year-old want to learn and by heart a poem? What's in it for him? There's no audience. But I think that itself is and he lived for 5 more years after that. I think that is what education is about. Education is not with a purpose. Education is the joy of learning itself. The learning for no reason. Learning is itself a joy. When I say without purpose, I am reminded of this Prime Minister of Zimbabwe, who said, Robert Mugabe, who said, how do we influence the youngsters to study? Because they have seen a lot of uneducated failures and uneducated criminals who are rich. I couldn't disagree more, because the purpose of education is not to just make a living. The purpose of education is to make a life. The purpose of education is not to just earn money, but to also groom your own mind, how to be a better quality individual. Here, when we are talking of education, I think somewhere we are also confusing between education and literacy. We can go to schools, the syllabus can teach us literacy, but education is something much larger which happens without any coaching. Nobody can coach you education, you have to coach yourself. What can be coached to you is literacy. Third thing, as I just spoke of my 7-year-old daughter who goes to Sri Ram Universal School. Something that I just attended a couple of months back, her sports day. And there was something very nice said, that during our childhood, padhoge, likhoge, banoge nawab, kheloge, kudoge, banoge kharab. And that was a concept drilled into us. The school was trying to correct it in an institutional mechanism into the minds of the parents. So as Charan said, we need to change our own thoughts into how do we drive our own children into the next generation. Because now we have realized through COVID that mental health, physical health is perhaps more important than just academic performance and success in life. Success has to be holistic. And therefore today education is not just about syllabus, it has become multidisciplinary. And therefore the jobs of the teachers and the content creators and the approach we take has to go through a paradigm shift. When I'm saying paradigm shift, I don't mean that there is something wrong with the existing system. But just like any other way of doing business or any other way of life, we are always need to course correct ourselves or need to reinvent ourselves as the times are changing. My father had to work to put food on the table. I am not working to put food on the table because I have some benefit of accumulated advantage. But if my grandfather lived in a life of shortages, that doesn't mean my child has a very great life, because the challenges she will see is not a life of shortage, but a life of existential risk. They are going to face global warming, climate crisis, diseases that the last 2 generations did not face. So I don't think their lives are any easier. It is all the more complex. So we have to reimagine education in a very holistic way of how do we empower these children to learn, and keep learning, because learning cannot be limited to just the teachers or the school. It is the job of the parents, the job of the ecosystem, and it is not limited to the 10, 12, 15 years in any classroom setup. Apart from all of this, I think when we are talking of education, we are talking of education for the urban elite. There is also, I have been part of an NGO where we worked with tribals in Orissa. And these people are so poor that they survive on mangoes that they pluck for 5 months of the year, and they survive on that for the next 12 months. It is impossible to even provide the normal 12 years of education and 5 years of university. Something that we designed there with an association is called functional literacy. That, I think, is reimagining education for the people who have never had schools in the last 200 years. We are liberated for 75 years, but we could not get a school in one of the villages there. Functional literacy for 4 years, that these guys can at least get out of those villages or do something in the villages and live a very basic life of dignity. So we need to design also functional literacy programs. Lastly, education and academics, I think we need to also focus on the skills part, where certain countries like Singapore or Germany has designed things like the vocational education training, the continuous education programs, so that people are skilled enough to get employment. But unfortunately, this is not the problem of the system, this is the problem of the parents. We place more premium. And when I say parents, it's our problem. We are the part of the problem. We place more reliance on an educated, unemployed engineer versus an skilled, employed ITI professional. In Germany, the VET, the vocational education training, is embedded in their culture and they take pride in it. So I think we all are part of the problem, and as simultaneously we are part of the solution. We don't need to reimagine the whole, but there are parts we need to course correct as the world is changing. Thank you.
Very, very well said, Abhijit. It was fantastic listening to you. I wish I could bring in more points, but I'm already getting the signals from backstage that I need to close it as early as possible. So I'll go to Kausar now, my dear friend Kausar, for so many years now that I know that you've been working in early childhood education. I'd like to hear your perspectives on this topic, reimagine education.
A very good evening, everyone. So when you asked me this question, which you were asking all of them about how we reimagine education, I would say we need to start by redefining education. Education is no more what we got in our schools, where it was transfer of knowledge from one hand to another, but education is actually an experience. And that experience is not the sole responsibility to be given at school, but also the responsibility of community as a whole. Because the purpose of this education, which I call experience, is not to transfer or educate only the mind, but also the soul and body of the child. So I would say the focus has to be on the teacher, but it has to start from the students. Because we all need to understand the fact that we all will not live forever. We are talking about a generation which will live and serve the world when we will not be there. And if we can do something through education or the learning experiences that we are giving them, we need to focus on giving a better replacement of ourselves to the world and go. And they will take care of all the other problems. And then again, the demand, what was the sole cause, the sole reason of we going into the educational institutes was to gain some skills so that we make a living. That was something that was there many, many years back, and that's what we are doing. But we don't know what would be the reason for them to get educated tomorrow. What would be the reason that will define for them, or the objective for them to go to an institute? So if we are going to stick to a purpose which is serving today, and if we will not serve the purpose which is going to help them in times where we won't be there, then we will be failing as educators. And coming as an advocate for an early childhood education, I would say that it starts there. We are talking about higher education, and most of the schools, unfortunately, focus on results, but it all starts very, very early. That is, has to be from the from the time the child is there in the womb till the time the child finishes his primary years, that is the foundation stage. That is where 85% of the brain development is complete, and you only have opportunity of 15% after that. So the entire focus of providing appropriate learning experience has to start in early years, where we don't just have to focus on the learning outcomes of the A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3. I just don't understand that fact that do we really think children come to school because they don't know what is red, yellow, green, and blue? Really? You're talking about an elephant being a zoo animal. Do you really think children don't know about it? No. Our responsibility is beyond that. We need to ensure that age-appropriate learning milestones are being embedded in the curriculum or the learning experiences that they get in schools. And that's where we will form the structure of what a child will become tomorrow. And that's what I reimagine education as. So I would end by saying that education, or I requote it as experience, learning experience, is not the focus on the product, but it's the process. It's the process that needs to get the focus. And for the teacher, it's not the content, but how the content, it's not what, but it's how it's given inside and outside the classrooms. Thank you.
Lovely, very nice. Thank you for bringing your insights to the discussion, Kausar. We have the youngest panelist. I'm very proud to have a youngster sitting next to me, Siddharth, who's when I asked him, Siddharth, how do I introduce you? He said, I'm the youngest data scientist. So you need to hear from him, and you need to hear his perspectives too. So Siddharth, over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm Siddharth Pili. I'm currently working in IIIT Hyderabad as a research engineer. I'm also working as a data scientist at Infinity Learn, and also their brand ambassador.
And also a 10th grader.
Oh yes, I'm also a 10th grader. I'm a 15-year-old right now. Thank you. If there's anything I can say about education, for me it just mainly revolves around me just doing a bunch of innovations and just excelling in the whole tech field really. That's mostly what I've done until my 15 years. And if there's any sort of inputs I can give, or any sort of advice I can give that can maybe improve the education field, or sort of give this resilience and my peers really on what can be done in the next years, I would say that would be sort of tech. Because from what I see right now, tech is just booming up everywhere. Let it be AI, maybe cybersecurity, blockchain, IoT. It's just going everywhere. And one of the reasons why I love tech so much is because it's just a simple and yet a complex thing which I can't really describe perfectly. But you have this sort of tool with you where you can create wonders with it by using simple logics, and that can be sort of creating this sort of hardware that can help to aid the blind people, or even sort of, as you can see outside, there are many companies who are trying to create these cool hardware and software solutions that can help in even teaching and education as well. So the line, or sort of the boundary which you see with where tech and education are interpolating, I don't see that to become extinct anytime soon. And when we sort of enable this tech here, the software, this thing, hardware, just the whole tech concept to something like the next generation or my peers, I can perfectly say that we can sort of come up with these cool and wondrous solutions that not only might solve these huge world problems right now, but can create a huge impact for people for their everyday uses as well. So that's really what I would say. Thank you.
Wonderful, Siddharth. I wish you all the best. I'm sure one day we're going to see you doing many wonderful things and adding value to the world. How I wish I had more time, and we all had more time to listen to each one of them, because they have a treasure trove to share with all of us. However, time, all good things have to come to an end. So like that, this panel also has to be concluded. With this note with which I started, I have a dream that this education will make every child, every person to go where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you for your valuable inputs on reimagining education. So it's been a very long day, and before we move on to the next segment, we'll do a mindfulness activity. So when I say 1, you clap your hands once. If I say 2, you clap your hands twice, and if I say 3, you shout AVINYA. All right, so let's go ahead. 2, 1, 3, 2, awesome. All right, so we are moving on to the next segment, and I am Chitrali, co-founder at What Is My Goal, and we are the future readiness partner of AVINYA. So there is a saying, you can learn a lot of things easily and better when you start young. Imagine you get to explore and experience new things and career opportunities from this young age. So What Is My Goal aims to make this a reality. We help children like you to explore careers and discover your superpowers through interactions, activities, and role-playing. So let's experience this now by learning about the professional journey of our celebrated guests present here today and be enlightened about different career fields. So at first, I would like to call on stage Ms. Shanta Thottam. She is the Chief Innovation Officer of Telangana and heads the Telangana State Innovation Center. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. How is everything going on since morning? Sorry, I couldn't come by very early in the morning and meet you guys, but I was hearing Sri Charan and other people talking about reimagining the education. Certainly, we need to focus on that for sure. Why I'm saying that is I did my master's and PhD in electrical engineering from US. There are some best practices for sure there, from other countries, when you live in other countries, when you go to school over there. But those best practices, for sure, we can bring them down to our country and kind of embrace them. So having said that, so I was told I have to talk a little bit about my journey and also like how I got into this role. So in fact, I am a Telanganite. I'm from Warangal. I grew up in Warangal. Did my bachelor's, gold medalist, all that rat race until I went to US. And in US, kind of pursued my master's, went to work. It's just like the mindset, just like herd mentality. You just do it one after the other, one after the other. There is no such thing like you sit and kind of think through what is that calling for you, right? So there is no such thing because we are Indians, we just wanted to kind of, most of us follow what our friends do, or the herd mentality, or the parents say, right? So I did the same thing until 2009, and then my life, I kind of took a big pivot, and I went back to school for PhD. And during that time, I was thinking, okay, PhD is an advanced degree, well and fine, analog IC designing, very good, but was some inner voice kind of talking to me and telling me, what is that next thing you wanted to do? So in 2011, when I went back to school, as Sri Charan mentioned, I was a teaching assistant. I was teaching electronic students the labs and grading papers and doing everything possible. But still, it was not like that, the calling was not there. And then, what is that next thing? And then in 2011, we have my state university where I was, getting my PhD. We have an entrepreneurship institute. I just went there and I spoke about me. This is what I am, a professional, worked in the industry as an analog IC designer, and wanted to do something different and wanted to learn something different. And even in between, I thought about why PhD? Why can't I get an MBA and kind of pivot and get into the some other field? That's what the thought process was. But again, another thought was irresolute behavior, right? When you do degree after degree, and again you're jilting your PhD and getting into something else, that shows me that I have an irresolute behavior. I said okay, let me continue, and then PhD, but at the same time, I worked in this economic development arm of the state of New Mexico while pursuing my dissertation for 5 years. But again, I was not just a student there, I was a professional on campus. I started working as a technology commercialization analyst, working on technologies, transferring those technologies, commercialization aspects, and doing a lot of stuff. But besides you're working on your dissertation, it's like 2 dissertations in fact. One in electrical engineering, the other one is in entrepreneurship. 5 years, and in these 5 years, I proved myself and carved a niche until I became a director of a program completely. So that's when I found my calling. That moment, right, you can do a lot more in this space than an engineer is what my inner voice told me. So 2015 and 2016, before my graduation and after graduation, I went to New York, worked in it's a 5 million private equity fund in New York. Again, even that one also, I did a lot of effort. I kind of reached out to them, I kind of spoke to them and explained this is what I've been doing on campus and wanted to kind of, help startups scale up. I'll be happy to take 3 months of time away from my school and go to New York and help these startups scale up. That's when another major pivot happened in my life. Because whatever I did on campus, I'm testing that in the industry, whether people will embrace me or not. After I finish my PhD, there should be a way for me to prove myself again, because I started again from scratch. So New York embraced me, and even they said there are so many people in the Northeast who are eligible, but a student from a state university of New Mexico is here to standardize accelerator programs which help startups scale up. And I did that, and that gave me a lot of confidence that yes, the industry will embrace me, accept me, and will give me opportunities. In 2016, the second cohort I was managing, and I finished my PhD. I heard this, I still remember, Tim Cook visited India, and our Honorable Minister KTR sir, there was a good video which talks about he mentioning Tim, everyone is asking what is cooking, and it went really viral on Facebook, and I saw that, and that's the first time. In fact, 2009 until 2016, I did not visit India, not even my parents. I was just focusing on what exactly I want to do. And besides this madness, working on my PhD and also, working in this Entrepreneurship Institute, I was president for Indian Students Association, name a thing, all the associations. I was a student senator, writing bills, kind of presenting bills, fighting for student rights, and all those things. 18 to 20 hours a day. Playing badminton, you name a thing. I was the green tea. I was a green tea guzzler, so the green tea kept me awake, and I was working 20 hours a week, and it's really good time for sure. A lot of learning. So 2016 is when I heard our IT minister, and then I said like, who is this minister? And then what is happening in Telangana? That's when I kind of did a little bit research and understood his vision and got really inspired. I said like, I want to go back is what the thought came to my head. And I still remember the day, New York, 11:30 p.m. and I visited T-Hub's website and I was looking madly for an email address so that I can write an email and say, this is what I am and I wanted to come back and serve Telangana, my state. And I did find an email ID and a couple of them immediately replied. One of them is Ramesh Loganathan from IIIT. He asked me, when are you available? I said, that's like, my cohort is done on 17th August 2016 and I can hop on the flight 19th August 2016. That's what I said. I did not even think anything, literally. Maybe it's the calling. It's the calling. It's a fabulous 6 years looking backward for sure. So I did the same thing, like I wrapped out my 15 years of life and after I got I got in touch with both the CXOs of T-Hub. I spoke to them for 30 minutes saying like, this is what I have done, and they did a lot of homework on me and they offered me a role and I didn't know what was my salary, what is my designation. The only thing is in my head is I'm going back to my state and I'm going to serve, the kind of work towards the vision of our IT minister KTR sir. So I told my dad that I'm going back to India. I said like, what is happening with her? 15 years she lived there. Last 6 years she did not come back to India. A lot of things changed in India. I said like, don't worry, I don't have any expectations to begin with. Literally I didn't have any expectation. The excitement I had is that I'll be working for India's largest incubation center under the able leadership of Minister Garu. That was only the thought I had in my head. Time up? Okay, I'll kind of speed it up. And I took the role, came back to India, same as I promised, 19th August, I hopped on, I left my car, my stuff and everywhere, and I relocated to India. Fabulous 6 years, 3 years, 8 months, I served T-Hub. Again, 1 year, I went to Minister sir and I said, I want to work in government. People thought like, okay, she lived in US and she came back, she served T-Hub and now she wants to go back into government. People think like nothing moves in government, but it is a beautiful system that we have, in place. I worked as OSD for textiles and handicrafts, did a lot of things, learned a lot of things, served that department, worked with all the weavers, got the weavers from other states to Telangana to establish their industries. And even maybe you heard of Kitex, the Kerala-based garment manufacturing industry that moved all the way from Kerala to Telangana. It happened during that 1 year, tenure. It's all meant to be, it's about like you chasing your calling, you do what you feel like doing, finding happiness, content. And then last September, Minister Garu again got me inducted into Chief Innovation Officer role of Telangana, and 1 year beautiful journey. What we do is we work with a lot of innovators. As a nodal agency, we become the first response entity when it comes to innovation and the whole ecosystem. We host a lot of other states to learn about our ecosystem, the best practices, we share them across with them. We work with social entrepreneurs, do a lot of stuff. Yesterday, in fact, we got 21 best innovators and the whole ecosystem to the innovators to pitch to them and ask for like support. So, a lot is happening across the 33 districts of Telangana, the state as a whole approach. We are building this ecosystem. The 8 years of journey, 8 years before, there were only like 2 incubators and probably 200 startups, but 8 years after, now we have 57 incubators and almost like 7,000 plus startups. That is the beautiful ecosystem that we have built, and I'm very fortunate enough to say that, I really, I found my calling and I am contributing to the growth of Telangana. I'm serving Telangana, and it's a beautiful journey, stupendous, work has been done in the last 8 years, and you are witnessing that right in front of your ears. And I'm sure I'll be telling the next generations this is what happened during that time. And I would say, like, with all humbleness, I'm an integral part of that ecosystem too. So it's been great. And having said that, I get a lot of opportunities from private, but I said like I want to still stay back in government and serve government, because you could do a lot of things. Whatever you do in government will percolate to millions of people. So I always think on those lines, and working with startups, innovators, all the stakeholders, representing Telangana at various platforms, that is what, I don't know, I just feel like this is what I wanted to do and this is what I've been doing. And thank you so much, for giving me this opportunity, AVINYA guys. Joseph, when he started his startup, he used to come to me and get a lot of mentorship. So when he said he's trying to organize this event, I said just do it, why not? So happy to meet all of you guys and see all your faces today, and I'm sure it has been a great day for you guys. And any students or anyone who wants to kind of connect to our ecosystem and wanted to learn about the ecosystem, we are available on the social media and usually on Twitter also. A lot of students reach out to us. In fact, for students, the kids, the students of the ages from 10 plus and kids and adolescents, youth and adolescents, we even launched framework for Y Hub, an incubation center explicitly. So rolling out initiative after initiative, and all are state-led, and this government is very progressive and forward-thinking, and I'm very fortunate to be part of this. Thank you so much, and you guys have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much for sharing your amazing journey. Next, I would request Sri Charan Lakharaju to come on stage and share his journey. He is he is the founder of Sumax, a student discovery platform. He is also listed as Forbes 30 under 30 list. So welcome, Charan.
It was not planned. There was another panel. So, okay, I'll not take time. 5 minutes, we will wind, because I know it is 5 o'clock, 5:30. I know. School should not work after 4 o'clock. So there are only 2-3 points which I'll tell, because this very rarely you get an opportunity, and now they throw a surprise to me that I have to speak now. One, everyone is talking about content, and they expect teacher to be content. Both are the same words, same spellings, but content and content. If someone has content, they can't be content. If someone is content, they don't have content. So if someone understands those two words, 90% of problems are solved. Number one. Someone asked me, do you do stand-up comedy or something like that? I said, life itself is such a big comedy these days. There is no need for us to talk about anything. If I talk about life itself, if people are laughing, then there's no need to crack jokes. Someone asked me, can you tell me a joke? I can't. I can just talk about things. When you talk about things, you can laugh. And the moment you laugh, there are some doors inside which gets opened, because our ears are already opened biologically. But we have a special capacity to put shutters inside. So that's a basic thing. I make people laugh. It's not like I'm not a comedian or I'm a serious entrepreneur. I do serious business. I pay people salaries on first. That's a very serious thing. And I pay 50 people. And I'm paying them continuously. So just imagine, someone paying salary on first itself, it's not a joke, right? And many know about it. So it's like, these are the very small things, but this occasion, I want to tell you 3 points which is very, very important, and that is hurting me big time. One, technology is penetrating education where we forget that technology is a tool. We forget it is replacing people. It should not be replacing people. I know everybody has workshops these days for teachers how to use technology. No, we should say detox workshops. How not to use technology. The second thing, how to be relevant. Relevance, we need more relevance workshops about the acronyms what students are using. FOMO, LOL. Because these are the words, when some people use that acronym, at least the teacher should know what it means. Because today, doctors without stethoscope are not able to understand the pulse. Same thing, a teacher should observe people and read people. We need such teachers. We need such doctors, we need such teachers. Who is what? Who is smiling? Who is not smiling? Why someone is not smiling? Why someone is dull? Why someone is not talking? If someone is successful like Sidhu in the class, it's good for Sidhu, it's problem for others. Because they start thinking, why am I not Sidhu? Why I should not be Sidhu? Sidhu's own brother can't be Sidhu. It's not possible. So treat everyone as unique. We keep on telling these statements. These are not new statements. And 90% of the time whenever teachers are there in the audience, just shut my mouth because I know they know everything. They know everything. The only point is sometimes they forget a lot of things because they were preparing calendar. They were so busy doing a lot of other activities, they forgot to do the main activity. So please understand the other word. The last 2 points which I was just writing down before I thought I'll share this on my LinkedIn post. Because I was just writing down saying like a lot of people are not taking a stance on सब मिलके स्टैंस लेना है थोड़े टॉपिक्स के ऊपर सब मिलके स्टैंस लेना है सब स्टैंस के बारे में people are not talking about substances which are helping you. People should tell where rainbow is. No need to see rainbow by putting something under the tongue. People should talk about those things, and it is becoming another taboo. And we fought lot of taboos. In future, there are other taboos that people have to talk about it. And when nobody is talking about it on stage, people are thinking it is right. It is okay to do. And the moment it is okay to do, it is cooler to do. Who should talk? Schools should talk. Teachers should talk. Uncomfortable things. When we talk about those uncomfortable things, as guest speakers, we are biryanis. Teachers are rice. I should not come and talk every day. It will create acidity. Avinya should happen once in a year. That's it. Every day Avinya, it doesn't work. Teachers are the rice. I keep on stressing the point on teacher because my father asked me to become a teacher. Then I said, I'll start a startup and then I'll become a teacher. That was one thing which I did. And today, I'm very happy to share at least philanthropic activity. I keep doing that activity again and again, talking to different people whenever I get a mic. Because we are not talking about the things which we have to talk. We are talking about everything else. And again, every stakeholder, management, teachers, parents, tu main, that was a serial which I used to watch. And everyone are saying tu main. And again, someone comes and there's the bridging the gap between academia and the industry. The industry is going forward and you have to learn languages. And 9th class, they don't learn Telugu well. Barrister Parvatisha march pai Python neskuntadu. Eppudu ए सबको तेलुगु नहीं आता तो हिंदी में बात करता. थोड़ा हिंदी तो अपनी हैदराबादी वाली सबको समझ में आता है. जो एज में जो काम करना है वो नहीं कर रहे. जो एज में सब काम आप 15 साल नहीं तो 20 साल के अंदर ही करे तो उसका ज़िंदगी क्या बच गया. सब स्कूल में ही कर दे रहा है. वो क्या बच गया उसका. बाद में क्या है. ज़िंदगी कुछ भी नहीं है. अब ऐसी चीज़ कोई बात नहीं करता. क्यों बोलता अब स्कूल में बात करें तो गंदा नाम आ जाएगा. कॉर्पोरेट ब्रांड मार्केटिंग मैनेजर आके पूछेगा प्रिंसिपल को, यू डोंट नो हाउ टू रन द स्कूल. आई एम ब्रांडिंग द स्कूल. अब मैं मार्केटिंग बोला तो शंकर जी मेरे को ऐसा देखे, क्या बोल रहा मेरे को ये बोल के. सो द पॉइंट इज लाइक मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स the uncomfortable things, at least in classrooms where there are 4 walls, I request a lot of people to talk about it. I'm just utilizing this stage and conveying my point. And the other most important point, we have a word called proper. Proper is like pro and per. Pro is professional, per is personal. If both are not fine, life will be either pro, life will be per. And people keep on talking about work-life balance. The moment when you make everything one, the balance doesn't exist. The moment you call balance, it means you are telling 2 things are different. Balance is a word which you use to tell that 2 things are different. Please understand this, because people don't require sympathy. Kids require empathy. And most of them don't understand. That's the reason they use allopathy. So if your normal sympathy and empathy can solve a lot of things, there is no need of other things. Please understand that and start doing those informal sessions. I request people and managements here and senior teachers here, because people are hearing, they're not listening. People are talking, they're not conversating. I want people to do more conversations with their kids. That helps them better. And let them child be child. Let that child be a child. Innovation. I know Shanta says like innovation. Someone school innovation. I said school innovation should be starting a lemonade stand. It's okay. I met one girl. I'll end with this. I met one cousin of mine. Recently, I told on the same stage in Dallas. I went there last month with Piyush Goyal to Stanford to give a guest lecture. Unfortunately, after getting into the Forbes 30 under that, in India, once you are successful, you have more relatives. Bellam chut chimal vastayi kada. So the point is, till then, whatever you talk, it is a statement. Once you are successful, it becomes a quotation. And that quotation is also quotation e cheptu tarkoni. Sontai good chepper. So I met this girl and I said, I'm an entrepreneur. And she said, I'm an entrepreneur also. I said, what are you doing? 7th class, mid-school. And I guess, why are you an entrepreneur? Recently in our school, I set up a lemonade stand. Awesome. Then how much you made? How much you spent? I said, everything was profit, she said. How come it can become everything profit? See, I sneaked some lemons from my kitchen. And water was from the canteen. And the poster was from my brother. Sketches were mine. So there was no investment. And everything else was profit, right? So she understood profit. She understood independence. She understood those factors. Those are entrepreneurship. Those are innovation. Immediately you ask him to do some robo, he'll buy some STEM kit, and again he'll say, I innovated something, and again he faked it. And after some days, someone will say that he faked it, and again everyone says that he's a loser, and again, even if there is some part of innovation in him, he'll become a loser. So don't have high expectations on kids. Have low expectations. If he does something, you get surprised. My request to teachers is don't fall in the rat race of again, ఒకటి అయిపోతే ఒకటి ఒకప్పుడు ఒలింపియాడ్ అని చెప్పి అదో దరిద్రం ఉంటుండే, తర్వాత ఇంకోటి వచ్చింది, తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు ఇన్నోవేషన్ అని వచ్చింది, ఇప్పుడు ప్రతిసారి ఒక ఎక్స్పో ఆ టీచర్లకు టెన్షన్ ఎక్కువైపోతుంది ఎక్స్పో వచ్చేవరకే. వాళ్ళు ఇన్నోవేట్ చేస్తారు ఇళ్ళల్లో వచ్చి, ఎందుకంటే ఆ పిల్లలకు రాకపోతే వీళ్ళే ఇన్నోవేట్ చేసి ఆ టీచర్ స్టూడెంట్ పేరు పెడతారు దానికి. కొంచెం ఆ ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఎక్స్పో కొంచెం తగ్గియండి, కొంచెం చేస్తే మంచిది. అండ్ people can meet me offline also. I have to rush, but Sri Charan Lakkaraju, I'm there online. Actually, there was a panel. The other panelists didn't come. That's the reason they made me speak. That's what I realized now. Otherwise, this was a surprise. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Charan Anna. And now we move towards closing the event with Captain India and the award ceremony. So first, let's have all our Captain India contestants here for the last task, which is a question answer round. And so I'll just invite them one by one, and we'll have a question for them from our jury members, and then we'll be announcing. So first, I'd like to call on stage Krishna Nayana Thota. Hi, yes. Hi, Krishna. So we'd like to take a question from the jury. Yeah.
Audience also.
All right. So we'd like someone from the audience to ask a question, pose a question to the contestant here for Captain India. Yes. Okay.
First of all, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
My name is Anita. I'm from the Premier Academy School. So after 5 years, where would you see yourself?
I'm 14 now, so in 5 years, going by math, I'd be 19. Hopefully in college. And while I'm not really sure of my career ambitions yet, I know I want to do something related to the medical field, and I would want to pursue my undergraduate right here in India. So I would probably be doing that. And I think more than in the academic sense, I would have matured as a person, become a more resilient and better version of myself as the years pass by. And I hope to have acquired new experiences and new skills on the way, meeting new people and broadening my horizons. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. Yes, you can. Next up, we'll call Anandita Srijit Warrior from the Global Edge School.
Tiny girl, it's so difficult to ask her anything. She was the one, right?
Yes, and we'd like someone to ask her a question. Yes.
Hi Anandita, have I got your name right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Lakshmi. I'm a parent, I'm not a teacher, but I would like to ask something. Tell us some memorable movement, some moment that you can look back and narrate it to all of us.
Okay, well, such a moment where I'll be able to look back and like relish those moments again. Well,
Anything that comes to your mind?
You have the king beside, you can talk.
In the last few days or last few months that you remember, something that you want to share?
Anandita, I will help. Yes. When do you feel happy?
Great.
well, that's mostly when I achieve something that I've been working hard on. So, well, honestly, such a moment, like recently, such a moment would be when there was this test, and I was like, you know, I wasn't sure about most of the topics, and after writing the test and getting the results, I realized that I ended up topping the class. So I guess that's one of the moments where I really did enjoy.
Yes, very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'd like to call Abhay from Silver Oaks International School. Thank you, Abhay. And yes, we have a question.
Hi, Abhay. This is Pratibha. I'm a parent. What do you enjoy the most in your learning at school, especially?
So the one thing I enjoy the most in learning is the journey that makes up learning. So it's like diving into the unknown to know what to unlock the knowledge which we are yet to discover. So that's what makes learning fun for me. And it's that, so if life was predictable, it just wouldn't be life. So that's why learning is so mysterious, and we don't know what comes in every turn. So that's why I like learning, and that's what it makes fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have Anandi from Pragati Central School. Thank you, Anandi.
Hi. I am Abu. So one thing I would like to ask you, what is it that one thing that you feel that your teachers know that would make your experience in class better? I think that every teacher should know that not every child is as confident as everyone. I think that teachers should approach students who don't ask questions very frequently when they are explaining some topics. So I guess like they should, after explaining a topic, they should conduct quizzes, and instead of group answers, they should pick up a student who don't answer, so that they can get a chance, they can open up, and they can freely say their thoughts and explain or answer the question which the teacher have asked.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Amulya from Academic Heights Public School. All the best.
Thank you.
Hi, Amulya.
Hi.
I'm Mrs. Mathur of Nirmala High School. I would like to give you this question. Would you like to innovate something in life?
Innovate, as per now, I don't have much ideas, but the thing is that there are many accidents happening. See, it's just this idea that has popped into mind, not a bigger one. But I want to, airbags in the driver's seat, I want to make it even in front of the car and back of the car, so that they'll avoid accidents.
Wow.
When we are having accidents, cars getting damaged. To avoid it, we'll have airbags back of the car or bike in front of the car, so it would be avoiding the damage to the cars.
What an innovative idea. Great. Nobody ever thought of that, did we? Great, Amulya. That was a wonderful answer.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
That was awesome. Thank you. And lastly, we have Shivangi Shrey from Jubilee Hills Public School.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yamini. I'm from the Global Ed School. I'm in grade 10 as of now. What, according to you, is the most important life skill a student needs to acquire before entering the real world?
Before entering the real world, I believe that it is important, vital, for a student to be self-sufficient. Before you enter the real world, it is very important that you can manage your things yourself. If you need something, you shouldn't depend on someone else to do it. Suppose, how many of the students here can cook their favorite meal? How many people here can say proudly that they manage everything themselves? Not many of us, right? So something that I believe, so for this I feel like if you can manage your house, you can manage any company, and you can manage your work yourself. So for something like this, I think it is very important to be independent first. And that is something I think that is the most important. Thank you.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we are closing in to the most exciting and most awaited segment of the day. And we'd like to give out the awards for all the 5 contests that we had. We had an art challenge, an innovation challenge, a short film challenge, and Captain India. So first up, just a moment. For the awards, I would like to ask Sita Moti ma'am. first award is for Amira from the Sri Ram School. Do we have Amira here? If we can have the principal from the Sri Ram School. All right. The next award is for Mansi Nimala from CMR International School. Congratulations, Mansi. Next we have Adya from the Global Edge School. Thank you, Adya. Next up, it's Tota Brahmani from CMR International School again. Sahas Sagar Rao from Silverworks International School. Another award winner for public speaking, Hem Shika from Jubilee Hills Public School. Thank you. Moving on to the art challenge, we have Harini Alwala from the Premier Academy. Congratulations, Harini. All right. Next is Sheikh Ashraf Fatima from Springfield International School. See the entry. Oh, wonderful. Okay, let's play that.
Hello everyone, my name is Dishita Verma, studying in grade 5 of Silver Oaks International School, Oakdale campus. And today I am here to take... Hello everyone, my name is Dishita Verma, studying in grade 5 of Silver Oaks International School, Oakdale campus. And today I am here to take you to my future in the year 2035. So let us zoom in. This is Jeep from 2035 and this is my attire. It is made up of completely solar powered factory and this helmet and antenna helps me to charge my devices. Now, coming to the food of 2035. 100% protein. Fresh water from the Himalayas. 1 drop and I'm done for the day. Now let me introduce my robo assistant. And this is my gadget which helps me to go on a walk, and it gives me a shot when I go near a waterfall. And here comes my vehicle of the future zooming in. At last, here comes the real savior of the future, Spider-Man!
All right, that was fun, wasn't it? Yes? Yes. Okay, so we now have our winners for the Innovation Challenge. I'd like to call Manya Singh from Silver Oaks International School. They're downstairs? All right. Okay, Shlok. Next award winner is also Shlok from KV. They're all ground full. Okay, so I think we'll have 5 minutes of a break. We have something for you to see, and we'll also be calling out 2 speakers. Until then, we'll have our innovators ready for you, and also the Captain India. Right? Okay. Yes. Our Captain India, and let's have the announcement. All right. So we have the awards to be given for the Innovation Challenge. It's Manya Singh. And followed by that, we will be announcing the Captain India. Yes, yes. We'll do it. Just give it. Just go and give it. So how many of you are excited to know who is our Captain India? So this is the first ever Captain India, and really excited to see who that is. Yes? Yes? Give me a yes. I can't hear anything. I need to hear that sound. Yes? Yes? Okay. All right. So we are announcing the award for Captain India. I hope our team has it ready. All right. So Captain India India's first ever Captain India, the one who is future ready, powered by What Is My Goal, goes to Shivangi Shre. Congratulations, Shivangi, and you can. Yes, I think we should have Captain India with a bang. Where are the lights? We should have the lights, the music. Yes, yes. I think you can say a few words until we have.
Sure, I'd love to. I can't express how happy I am. I never expected this. I thought I was just gonna give this a try for fun. I didn't think this would turn out with me winning. I think the other contestants did really well as well. I had good competition. Thank you so much for this award. Sorry.
So we are waiting for our guest to give away the award. Let's just wait for a moment. Meanwhile, we have someone. Who's that? Yes. So we'd like Madhavi Reddy to speak a few words before our Captain India is crowned. You can have a seat.
Yeah, I request the CEO of Vidyarthi, Mr. Madhav Reddy. He has been the person who is behind the brainchild of operations into the Vidyarthi platforms, which you have been seeing here and there. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a fantastic program. I think the way it has been conceptualized, and she read out Madhavi. So I saw the finalists. Of the 7, 6 were women or girls. So I suppose that's where my name changes from Madhav to Madhavi. Yeah, so I represent Vidyarthi. You must have seen the board that we are having. But before I start, I think a big namaste to all the teachers, because it is said that they have a larger heart as compared to general human beings, because they are obviously teacher. They change many lives. I think ma'am is there. Many lives with their chalk and talk. So I think you have been playing a fantastic role in bringing about the change in lives of so many students. My teacher has done for me. So yeah, Vidyarthi is not a technology company. It's not an edutech, but it is part in the same group. What we bring is, along with a digital intelligent board, we are bringing an application or a software which makes the life very simple for both the teachers and the students who learn it. And in the morning also there was a lot of talk about skill is a problem, or the way we want to skill the students is a challenge. And we would like to address that as well through our Nirnay Academy. So what we are trying to do in that is that we would like to take the training at the grassroots level. Say for example in Kotakota or Tirupati. So you don't have to go to Kota to learn, or you don't have to go to Amirpet to learn Java++. So we are trying to innovate there and bring about that change. I'm reminded of today's paper, 2 important things that came. I know everyone is looking forward to the award being given. I'll just take a few more minutes. Which talked about that skilling. Satya Nadella has said this skilling and infra is one area where everyone is focusing. And our Prime Minister said, when he's talking about new education policy, smart facilities, smart class, and smart teaching. And that's where we are. We would like to change the way the teaching is being done. We would like to contribute in our own way, bringing about that change in education. So hope to see you all, and see maybe the next year when Anvaya is being done, I'm sure we are going to be one of the prime sponsors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And it's time to crown our Captain India. I'd like to call Sita Murthy ma'am and Srinivas sir to crown the first ever Captain India powered by What Is My Goal, Future Readiness Partner of AVINYA. Congratulations. Give a thunderous applause. So much, Srinivas sir and Seethamurthy ma'am. That was exhilarating. As we close the day, I'd like to call Meghna, Early Childhood Development, and Meghna, yes. So she's the founder of Care and Grow, and they offer early childhood development programs for school children. Over to you, Meghna.
Thank you so much. First of all, we are also the organizing startup, one of the organizing startups here today, and we're extremely pleased to see the turnout of the crowd and how excited you've been throughout the day. And I thank you all. Obviously, they're going to thank you after this. So thank you all so much for coming. So I have a very small message for the educators out there. So we've seen panels on improvement of the curriculum in the schools today and how the education today could be much more impactful. And we see that there's digital education, there's creativity, there's communication skills, future readiness. All these very important components have been already added to the curriculum. So are we really thinking about the most important part of the child's life, that is 0 to 6, early childhood development? So that's not a very big concept in the schools today, and whereas it's supposed to be the most important. So 0 to 6 years, fine motor, gross motor, personal, social emotional, and communicative skills. However the child is, by the time he reaches these developmental skills by the age of 6, it's not going to change for the rest of his lifetime. He's going to be freezed in that way. And 33% of the children today in the schools, sitting in every classroom across all the social strata, are facing developmental delays. And we, as very big educators with having a lot of infrastructure, don't have a systematic program on field to deal with that. And we at Care and Grow, Early Childhood Development Program, have a solution that screens children for their developmental readiness and their milestones according to their age. And we have customized interventions that are given to that child in the form of video and audios and counseling to the parents. And we also have referrals in case the child has a developmental disorder. So we have a lot of problems in terms of ADHD, dyslexia, dysgraphia, and hyperactive kids. So very late into the schools, someday the teacher sees them and recognizes them, and really people don't know what to do about it. And parents are really confused about what's going on. But it's held in a very systematic way, and that's what we do as our core vision. And we would like to impact more than 5 or 6 crores kids in the next 2 years. We're there with 1 lakh students in the state of AP at this point, and we would really be overwhelmed if we are able to enter into this state and do the service for the private schools as well. So this is Care and Grow, and I'm Meghana Kambam. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for coming down today. So I think we will give it to the warriors and the heroes who are out here. So you can see those startups lying down over there. They are the superstars. They've been doing this for the past 1 month. They're at it, and then their spirit really shows. I think they deserve a very big round of applause. Please give them a very big round of applause, because they can't do that to themselves. Even though we are part of the organizing team, I'm somebody who contributed the least, but we have to really appreciate them for these efforts. And it's not that this is their mainstream job. It is something that they came up with apart from pursuing their goals in a very serious way. They're all early stage startups who are funded, and they put their blood and soul into making this such a big success. Thank you so much, guys, for giving the other startups also this opportunity inside T-Hub, and appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much for turning out. Yeah.
Thank you, Meghna. That was a great appreciation. Really glad. I'd like to call Mr. Naveen, founder and CEO of VXL, to speak a few words.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I know it is a very long day. So just to give a brief, I'm Naveen Kumar. I'm the founder of a company VXL. We don't call ourselves as an edutech company. It is an academic excellence company. I'll take just 2 minutes to explain what we do. So we improve the academics of any organization by 50%, and that is a guarantee we deliver. So that means any grade, any subject, the performance of the school will be jumped by 50%. That is the magic we develop. And for this, we don't change your books, no change in teachers, no change in curriculum. We don't come to your school at all, and we don't teach, but still we get 50% academic excellence guaranteed. So please reach out to us. We'll share more details and we'll demonstrate. And just to give the data, in a span of last 4 months, post-pandemic, we have signed up with 300 plus schools who are signed up with us. So that means we are exponentially signing up with many schools. Whoever wants the results, who wants the new admissions, we are the solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we have the last awards to be given for the Innovation Challenge, and for the same, I'd like to call Ranjita ma'am to give away the awards. So the award for the Innovation Challenge goes to Shlok from KV. Yes. Shlok, right? Yes, come here. Let's have a huge round of applause for Shlok. Thank you, Shlok. The next award goes to Veera Sai Santosh Reddy from Silver Oaks International School. Do we have him? All right, I think we don't have him here. Sure. So we have Sita Murthy ma'am taking it on behalf of Veera Sai Santosh Reddy for the Innovation Challenge. Thank you ma'am. And lastly, Pranavi from CMR International School. Congratulations, Pranavi. Thank you, Pranavi. And with that, we end tonight's. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. With that, we end tonight's event, and Thank you everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking out the time, for being patient.